Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural divine heirs and their subjects. Today is November the 2nd, 2023 on the ancient moon calendar, 2024 on the ancient sun calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment with the ancient Noahide laws. This is a sovereign, living, ancient Article 3. Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the sovereign living justices. And ego sum, Pauline Denise Ritchie, my free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminution nolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capite et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal, natural, living head and body for our nation and for our empire. All Moors are the original indigenous, sovereign, ancient Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Israelites, Hamathites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our credit, our energy, our sovereignty, all our honor vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign, ancient empire state for Morocco. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We're ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the universal Moorish American consulate and the earth-wide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. Today, we are exercising the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3, living United States District for Columbia Court. And we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, trustees, ministers, possessors, titled beneficiaries, and titled trustors for all causes for action. We are peace. The ancient Biblios Heliotech let everyone know that the princes of peace were coming. We are here. We are peace. We are peace. We are at peace. We are not at war. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our sovereign ascension. We do hereby possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war, and we hereby exercise all eternal, ancient, sovereign rights at this time and at all points in time, note pro tunc. The principles that we share are not our opinion. Along with our powerful sovereign demonstrations and study, these laws and processes that we share are based on principles of stare decisis, res judicata, ancient positive supreme law for the land long established in sovereign order. Erudite principles and processes for daily practical application to intelligently govern our vast estate every day is what our ancient ancestors have given us to share with the ancient sovereign nations, tribes, clans, states, and governments at earth, and for this we're grateful. Islam. Okay, so Islam. So the first thing that we want to state for the record, on the record, regarding United States property, let me just tell you more that all of the property that we've ever looked at or that we've ever seen, that we've ever noticed, all of it is available to us. All of it is available to us right now. In the Biblios, which some call the Bible, there was a prophecy that stated that when the cup of the Amorites is full, then we would appear. The cup being the cup of debt. So I've been watching on the mediums, the YouTube and things of that nature, about how those who in the last era, we looked, the funny mirror was showing us people and saying these people have all this money and they have these giant domiciles or houses rather, you know, all of this stuff that they have. Well, now there's a trend in the media, in the enacted media, that talks about how these places are abandoned. 10,000, 12,000, 30,000 square foot domiciles, really houses, because it's from the last era, just abandoned because they couldn't no longer afford them. Even in the midst of building and adding on, the debt caught up and overtook them. And so they have nothing, even those who were interested in purchasing those giant domiciles left abandoned can't do it because there are so many liens enacted on those places. Builders, workers, construction companies, all cities, those that were, and these are all enactments, those enacting as cities have leveled fine after fine after fine for grass not being cut and places falling apart, and the debt is just overwhelming for the actors. It's overwhelming, and that has infiltrated all of the enacted cities. So it doesn't even matter what size the domiciles and the lands and things that they were enacting are or were. There's so much debt that they can't find actors to buy, to enact buying the places. No one will buy or sell. No one can buy or sell. So the fiat piece is done. There's not enough fiat to pay for the debt because that's just putting more debt on debt. And that's at all levels, all of the enacted levels. So proper claim must be done in lawful money, lawful and legal tender. Legal tender is gold and silver and Moorish sovereign Dollarium, written and autographed and stamped and sealed by the Moors. So a couple of parts of our processes that we are fine-tuning where the claiming of property is concerned. As usual, before any of this right here on the screen takes place, when you're talking about property, before any of this takes place, your status must be proper and correct on the public record. Your status. You must be an original, indigenous, ancient, sovereign, Moorish American, Al-Moroccan. That must be declared on the public record. Nationality is not just the order, it is a mandate. And we always state that, you can't tell sovereigns what to do, but our ancestors can. And they have stated that in order to properly proclaim this estate, status must be correct. So for those who are on the fence about declaring your nationality, we highly suggest that you do. We highly suggest that you do. Because you will own nothing and you'll be happy about that is real for those who choose not to make the right decision where nationality is concerned. Nationality and the declaring thereof is not just a suggestion, it's the law. It's not a suggestion. It's the law. Everyone must be properly identified on this land. And the importance of that has everything to do with land and property and commerce. The time has come already for those who are properly identified to govern all that has to do with the land. That time is now. It's now. So before any of this can be done, before you can do a lien that holds, that's legal and lawful, in order for that lien to even have any effect, nationality must be proclaimed. And then we must do away with those from the past who were using nom de guerre war names, because we're not at war. So we're not using war names. And it's important, as we're doing what we're doing and demonstrating who we are, that we make it clear, and that we all make it clear to everyone that we're not at war. That way, because see, I've heard some more say, yeah, this is war, this is war. Okay, then those who use war names, nom de guerre, they can then be, by your own words, they can come and use that name to do whatever they want to do, where your property and your things are concerned. They can war, because they're those colonial mercenary actors from the last era are the only ones who use nom de guerre war names. We don't have them. We don't use them. So we are not at war, indeed, Empress Gloria. We're not at war. And I would caution, can't tell sovereigns what to do, but I would caution Moors, don't go out saying we're at war. We're not. Those who were at war have declared that they're at war. That's the funny mirror talking. We're not at war. We're at peace. And guess what? When we're at peace, everything is open to us. Everything. These processes are peace processes. They're not war processes. What does that do? That is going to further separate the wheat from the tares. Those that were calling themselves Americans but warring all over the world, quote unquote, in their enactment. That's going to separate us, peace and war. And that's how people will know the difference between us and them. We're not at war. They are at war in the funny mirror. And they is a they that doesn't really even exist for us. And when they don't exist, we don't have anyone to war with, because we're all at peace. So these processes are peace processes. That's why they're put on the record. That's why the ancestors gave them to us, because we declared peace. That was the first thing we did. Before we did any liens, we declared peace on the land. And then we began to demonstrate our status. So lien, levy, bond, proper commercial exchange on the public record, gold, silver, Moorish sovereign dollarium, receipts, gold receipts. Article 3, patent, land patent, a deed, and title as applicable. Some lands do not require a patent, but they all do require a title, which we have, and a deed statement. Because see, deeds of trust have everything to do with the land and which trust it is that's claiming the land. The peace trust can claim the land because our ancestors said no war on the land. A removal statement of all presumed foreign interest or alien interest. And alien really is a better word. Because aliens are foreign. And then a statement of debtors in abandonment. Now, the statement of debtors in abandonment, it just says that all those who were warring, where that property is concerned, were debtors, and they, Islam, thank you, nobilities, I did it again. I'm so glad you all are here. Debtors in abandonment. Thank you for that. So all of those that were warring against the original indigenous ancients, okay, are no longer on the land. They are debtors in abandonment. I'm going to prove that to you, that they're done. They're gone. What you see with your eyes is not what, in many cases, is not what's really there. So let's move forward to produce that information. First, what we did was we've seen how Moors have been, again, we're not at war. What we've seen is we've seen Moors who have been exercising their right to bear arms, and they've been getting some testing in that area. So we don't need firearms. We don't need them. However, some people like to have them to hunt and to do whatever, or for security purposes. See, I say we don't need them because we are not on our knees to anyone or anything. And to think that we need guns where subjects are concerned is just not competent. So we can have firearms. We must call them what they really are, so that again, there's no war language going on. So what we did was we pulled a recently enacted firearms license. And actually, this is one that was issued to my consort about a year ago, maybe. He is, as many know, he's trained in firearms. He's retired from the military and so on and so forth. And so he has extensive training there, and so do I. Mine is not as extensive as his, but what we did was I pulled his, and then we began to restate the license. We do issue arms permits for those, and it's in alignment with state and federal law, because we're the state and we're the federal. Those who are going to be doing notarial duties, and that's all of us really, we all should be collecting gold and silver for these types of things that we're doing, where proper documentation, because they've been properly identified, is concerned. Okay, so we can issue licenses. Now, here's the thing: not once is the word gun or the word weapon or the word war mentioned, even on the enacted pistol licenses. They didn't call it a gun license. They didn't call it a weapon. They didn't say anything about war. None of that was mentioned in the whole process. Okay? So what we did was we restated the firearms permit for ourselves. and we stated it where we put our state seal. This seal here is the Washington state seal. It has original indigenous George Washington on it. And he's actually the original George Washington that the actor, the pale actor, was pretending to be. And then we put the information there. And of course, we had to upgrade the information because they had things like race on there. They had things like sex on there. When it's not a sex, it's actually a gender. It's a status: white, Asiatic, Moors. And so we put those things on there. And then it did have an address on there, and you already know what the address looked like. It was a 2-letter state, which does not exist, and it had a zip code and all of that. So there were abbreviations everywhere and all of that. So this is the front of our concealed pistol license issued by Washington. At the top of the enacted one, it said Washington State. And state was in all capital letters as well. That's not anything that has anything to do with us. We're Washington, the land. And then on the back, now I'm going to show you the back of theirs the way that it looked. Because ultimately, it was issued by the actors previously acting as King County Sheriff's Office. And so in reading what they had, this is the one that they had, and we've restated it. We'll show you the restatement here shortly. What it says here is local laws and ordinances on firearms are pre-empted by state laws and must be consistent with state law. Caution: although state and local laws do not differ, federal law and state law on possession of firearms differ. If you are prohibited by federal law from possessing a firearm, you may be prosecuted in federal court. A state license is not a defense to a federal prosecution. So what are they saying? What they were saying and enacting is that they can issue that to you all day long, but you will still go to jail if you are not the law, and if your firearm is not properly documented. That's what they're saying. They're saying that the license don't really mean anything when it comes to the real government. The real government, which is the federal, which is us, all of us. The Moorish National Republic federal government and all of the states united is the federal government. So what they're saying is not even the county, because we're the county too. So federal, state, and local laws in our sovereign empire, they all align, but they don't align because they're not in trust. What they're saying is that the trust between their enacted federal and their enacted states is not there. That is a statement right there that says they don't have trust in each other. The trust is broken. And when the trust is broken, that means that anything, that they're at war with each other. When the trust is broken, there's war. Okay? So, with that being stated, we did restate that in order to properly document, just a moment, in order to properly document how federal, state, and local comes together for us. So on the screen, it will show you, it shows how we put all three of those together peacefully. See, our federal, our state, and our local are in alignment with one another. So we're not at war. Let me see what that is. Just one moment. Just a moment. So what we stated on the back of ours is as follows. Just one moment. Okay. Here's what ours says. It says federal, state, and local laws regarding firearms are aligned. Federal courts have original jurisdiction where firearms are concerned. The ability to legally possess a firearm is congruent in all jurisdictions. State possession is in alignment with federal possession. So when the state says that you can have a firearm, the federal agrees with the state and the state agrees with the federal because they're in trust. And the county agrees with the state and the federal. And county and federal really are the same, technically, because the county is the land and so is the federal. So are there any questions, comments, or wisdom regarding regarding this process? Any questions, comments, or wisdom regarding the issuing of concealed pistol licenses or firearms? Islam, Empress.
Question on the number, the KJP 00001.
Mm-hmm. That stands for King Gun Permit, but that's a number that so on the one that they enacted, they just have it just goes in chronological order of the licenses that they've issued. So far, when I looked at their number system, that they've enacted, they've issued about 91,000 pistol licenses. So they were at number 91,666 or something of that nature.
Okay.
So we just started ours because we're the real king. And so we just started ours at 1.
Islam. Okay. We have the license. You can see it on the screen, everybody. Now, the weapon.
How you doing?
How do we get the weapon?
Good.
With the license.
You're telling me.
We will cross that bridge when we get to that bridge, but I can tell you this. Just a second. That's Empress Shasha. Okay. So the way that the weapons will be given out is according to the Constitution. What does the Second Amendment say to the Constitution regarding the right to bear arms?
Islam.
What does it say?
Islam. May I answer that?
Sure. Islam.
From my study and for the New York State Constitution, it says that the governor shall give out a rifle to every man, woman, and child to protect its borders, and they should be trained in the what's that called? What's the Brooklyn Navy? Brooklyn Navy, and should be training with it. I mean, that's how the New York State's Constitution states that the governor is supposed to give out the firearms to every man, woman, and child for protection of its borders. I mean, no, not borders, but land.
So we were actually discussing. I know New York is in your heart. We're now talking about the Constitution. that supersedes New York Constitution?
The Constitution also states the same thing that New York, because New York actually adopted it from the Constitution.
Okay.
I was reading it before, but it states that it doesn't really talk about license. It says the states respectively have can make its rules according to the Constitution, but also hearing from these de facto judges, they already ruled that you don't need a conceal, you don't need a license. Actually, it's actually unconstitutional to have a license for a firearm.
It's unconstitutional for them. They're sunsetting. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and put it on the screen. We'll just go ahead and put the Second Amendment on the screen so that we can all be clear about how, because the question was from Justice Howard, how are the guns given? How do you get the guns? The government gives the guns. A well-regulated militia, and Justice Darius put it in the chat. That's where the guns come from. They don't come from.
She has gold and silver that we've been paying for ID.
Okay, but like I said, how are you gonna get all these guns?
Right. That's a good question. So, again, military training is where the guns are going to come from. But let me say this, many already have the guns. They just have to be properly registered and recorded, rather, with us, registered with us. In other words, and when I say with us, I mean the Moors. The Moors, we must issue proper permitting for the guns that we all have already, because we have guns. The gun is not most Moors have guns already that they got in their sleep. And so they have to be properly recorded on the public record. Okay. So as we continue doing the things we're doing, properly, competently stating things peacefully, those who don't have guns, who, let's say they want a gun, guess what? You must be working in government to get it. Because guess what? Your neighbor down the street, the one that will call the policy enforcers and all of that, even though they said they were retired, they were civilian military. That's why they had to have a registered weapon also. So no matter what we're doing, we're governing. No matter what we're doing, we're governing the land. And so proper registration for the guns, and then you'll get them from the government, which is us. And the guns are already everything that we need and want, not need and want, because those are not the right words. Everything that is a part of our vast estate is already waiting for us to properly state and record it.
Islam, if I may.
Okay. Islam, Empress.
And to the point, the foundation comes from jurisdiction and persona jurisdiction. So once those things are established, everything else coalesces in line with what we are stating, because a subject knows the subject's place and the heir knows the heir's place, and then everything is, as it should be, because the subject is properly stated and the heirs are properly stated. So when it comes to a well-regulated militia,
yes,
like the heir will have the proper documentation already on the public record, which is the heir's, consanguinity right to protect and defend their estate. And then so far as well as with the subject, in those parts. So it always goes back to the subject, the personam jurisdiction first.
Subjects
and then subject matter.
Don't really need guns. Subjects don't need guns.
Well, I meant subject jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Because the subject is not subject jurisdiction I was referring to. Personam jurisdiction is first. You always got to establish that.
Yeah. And in reality, those who are governing, that's what the right to bear arms was all about anyway, is a well-regulated militia.
Which are the others.
Yes.
That's why personam jurisdiction is the first thing.
Yes. And the guns are issued by court action. Yes. And there's some questions in the chat. First, Noble Phoenix said, who are not nationals nor working for in our government? I don't understand the question there. It seems like it's partially stated, maybe, or am I missing the reading of the question, Noble Phoenix? Does this mean with respect to the subjects who want a permit?
No, you just said the subjects don't need any firearms, but they already have them.
Well, what have they been saying about people coming for their guns? They say when they come for our guns, we know it's over. They won't have guns. They won't have them. Let me tell you why. If we don't permit them to have them, they can't have them. See, right now, anybody who has a gun that has not been permitted by this process right here is not holding the gun properly. So it's actually, that's a federal offense. You can go to jail for that. Yeah. So, and then too, whoever it is, the permitting process that was used. Now, you all are worried about the subjects. Don't worry about the subjects. They know exactly. They know what all of this is. So they're not a threat to you, is what I'm saying. That's number one, just on the face. But with regard to the permitting process by which anyone got a gun previously, just like I was telling my consort, because my consort, he's funny. He's like, I'm gonna show you this, but you better not counterfeit it, because he's nervous. He's a little nervous about that. Well, I told him his was counterfeit, and that ours is actually the real one, because that's truth. It's counterfeit. His is fake. So, those who have guns given that way. Now, I'm issuing, because he has declared his nationality, I'm issuing his permit to him. And you all can do the same. Issue permits to you and those who've declared their nationality. Okay? For what you currently have. It's like anything else that's in our possession already. Many have domiciles and conveyances. All of that stuff must be properly declared on the public record by us, using our processes and not going to some fake foreign craziness to get paperwork. We must do it. So what about the issuance to security details? The security details who are working for the government, who are doing Moorish government things, you will have everything that you need. Guns, bullets, you'll have all of that. All of that stuff is already sitting, waiting for proper documentation to show up. All of that stuff you'll get it from the same places that it's been coming from, except those places are properly declared. Those places, there's a lien, a levy, and a bond. We've already used our driver's license to get onto the common access area, previously doing business as military base. So we, again, we just have to keep in mind while we're doing all of this that it's not for the purpose of war. It's for the purpose of peacekeeping, which is different from war.
Your phone?
Islam,
Empress.
will you open up the call
Yes.
for Noble Akil?
Yes.
Islam, thank you.
Islam, if I may say.
Yes, Islam, Justice Howard, and then there's someone else.
As I may say, I'm ex-military, as you know. The gun, the pistol, rather, it should be the very last because the mind is the real. The
Yeah.
gun or the weapon is the
Yeah.
very last Islam.
Yeah. Yeah, it's honestly the only reason that, well, and the ancestors bring things to us for a reason. I don't feel threatened at all by anyone or anything, even with the work that we're doing, and especially because of the work we're doing, we don't feel anything of that nature. However, the Moors we're watching on social media and other ways, that Moors are that is necessary to bring this forward. Okay. Now, this Second Amendment, a well-regulated militia, means that there's been training, that licenses have been issued based on that training, and fortunately, this is and this I will state about the Moors who've been tested in the area where firearms are concerned, is that they were actually going to do training and things of that nature. Okay, so obviously safety and training is important regarding the right to keep and bear arms. To the Moors, everyone wants to be safe and things. If you've had military training, you have arms training. If you've ever been a policy enforcer, you have arms training, or a sheriff, or some security guard companies, depending on their level of work, have arms training. If you've ever been issued an arms certificate, then you are eligible for competent issuance of a license. Okay, so anyone who has had the training, or if you've been in the military, you've been, any of that, you can go ahead and issue competently a license, because well-regulated militia is well-regulated militia. Justice Darius, do you want to just state that really quickly? Because he put something in the chat. We knew that was going to be the case. We knew it because we're competent. That's first and foremost. And secondly, we're peaceful.
Islam. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Islam, beautiful.
Y'all can't, come on, y'all can't steal. We in a congressional meeting right now. Y'all, they trying to steal the show right now.
They got it. Tell them they won.
Yes, so I went to drop a lien off to one of our federal courthouses, and the subjects was inside acting like they was some type of federal guards, and as I was going through checking, I emptied, I took out anything that could possibly be any kind of metal, the protocol. Mm-hmm. So I did a court action, all rise and stand them. Mm-hmm. Like, you got your identification. I showed him my identification. I showed him, my driver's license. After the court action, he was like, He was like, And he just and I just went on through.
Yeah, indeed. So was that your Moorish driver's license? Not Moorish driver's license. The one that you issued to your...
Yes.
Perfect. Beautiful.
Yes,
beautiful.
Yes. Our state driver's license. Yes.
The real one.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
And it was amazing. The feeling was amazing. I would say amazing or powerful. It was just I did that court action, and once I did that, give me a second, y'all. I did our court action.
Yeah.
Said, oh, can I see your identification?
Yeah.
I said I'm original American. Original American. Here's my driver. He looked at it. Yeah. He examined it, turned it to the back where it say ministry at. He looked. He said, He didn't even say. He didn't say go ahead, and then he said, and gave me my telephone, and I went ahead and finished and went to the our clerk office.
Beautiful, beautifully stated. Beautiful. Just one moment. This is so just.
Yeah. So. when you get older, you're gonna have congressional meetings also with the younger Moors. Okay.
You know, listen, our documentation cannot be questioned. It can't be questioned because we know what we're doing. We're competent. So those Moors who are having issues with fake sheriffs and fake policy enforcers and all that fakeness going on, everybody that's having that, you need to, keep this Second Amendment in mind. And when it says armed shall not be infringed, I looked up the word fringe. Did you know that there's something in the Internal Revenue Code about de minimis fringe benefits? And it lists all these things that can be paid for by government. All of these things, gifts, all lots of things that can be paid for by government in the Internal Revenue Manual that we've restated. So there's nothing. So to your question, Noble Howard, about where guns come from the government. It was a war action when guns made their way. Yes, Justice Howard said general services. Yes, indeed. You bond all of that. All of that has to be bonded. That's why we bond the names that we use as a utility, as a conveyance method. Bonding first on your personal level and then on your work level. You're bonded with the firearm and things of that nature. Justice Nathan.
Yes, Islam. I just have a question because I see it says well regulated. Is there any proof from the time that this was written that licenses and permits exist?
Is there any proof prior to this being written that license? Yes, there is. You can please, and I started to pull it up myself, but please refer to the 1906 Convention at Algeciras, where the Sultan was putting together a police force. And in the Convention at Algeciras, he stated, and this is that same way everything is being done today, the Mohammedan Moors, and that's what he called us in that enactment. The Mohammedan Moors are the head of all security and police and law enforcement. And we can have subjects in with us working there. That's what it says in there. But the Moors must be the head of all. So it talks about how law enforcement is regulated. He was even going to open a bank and have all the banking be for the law enforcement be done at the one Sharifian bank. So look at the Algeciras. It's Algeciras, and I'll spell that for you. It's the Convention at Algeciras, 1906.
Okay.
And in this same convention, in this same convention was when the Moors started talking about, police and collecting from these corporations and things. That's when the United States Corporation Company, the debtors, put a statement on the record at the convention at Algeciras stating that they're not on this land for politics or anything of that nature. They're only on the land for commerce. They put that on the record in the convention at Algeciras. Islam, Justice Nathan. Hopefully that answers your question. That's just one place.
Yes, it does, because that it was like lingering in my mind because I haven't, seen it from myself. But I would definitely go and check this out and do a deeper study, a deeper dive into it. What you just stated basically is that every policy enforcer, freight fraudulent, FBI, alphabet company, they are actually violating the law. They carrying around firearms that none of the Moors has given authority for them to carry. Islam.
And the thing about it is we can't even be mad at them because what were we doing while all that was going on? We can't be mad at them but we can go ahead and do our job. Because, see, the land is not going to ever be just left to bare. Someone's going to protect this estate, and it's going to be us, always. I was just about to say that, Justice Malik. Justice, our brother, J. Jermaine Bay of AMPAC government, anti-Colorado, Allodium Moorish Pradium, anti-Colorado. He does a great teaching on the Act of Algeciras 1906. He did a series of videos on that. And so we honor his study. And as always, whenever you're looking at any videos or any teachings by anyone, no matter who it is, your sovereign filter is going to be your first authority on whether or not you agree or the law says whatever they're stating. Because the law is, we're the law first and foremost, and our interpretation thereof is what makes the law, and our agreement on our interpretation, our agreement together on our interpretation of the law is what makes the law valid. Is that first of all that it's spoken by us, and second that we come together and unify and discuss it and things of that nature. So we would ask that you, as you're watching any videos, use your sovereign filter on the information you hear, because you won't agree with everything in every video. There's going to be some things that you that don't really sit well in your spirit. Okay, do your research and then govern your affairs accordingly. And those of your territory even. Islam.
Reading what you restated for this firearm identification, federal, state, and local law regarding firearms are aligned. See, when I now going in a deeper meditation about that, from where we are versus what it was, and how what it was operated. They operated off of the federal is, like you said, not in alignment, and they're by themselves from the state, and the state is by themselves from the people, and everything is just, separation, of everything. And that's how they got their seemingly, strength in division, if that, hits on anybody. Because when the federal government would flex its muscles, it would put the people in, my goodness, the federal government said this, that, and the third. Yeah. And then the state did the same, and then, oh my goodness, and that's how they maintain their seemingly fictitious power by the divisiveness amongst the three branches of government, right? And so there was no space for the people to be. Now that we have the truth, the federal, state, and local, which is all of us at the same point in time, we're the federal, we're the state, and we're the local, we are united and we are that strength. So there can never be a federal flexing its muscle saying, you better do this. I am the federal and I'm the state and I'm the people. So who are you trying to talk to? Yeah. You can't come over here and bully me like I'm somebody that, I don't remember to be. I am who I am to be, and you're not anything. You can't come over here and talk to me like that. And when you state this right now, that's going to further put that funny mirror further out of business by this, because like the NRA and all of those alphabet soups and all this stuff, like they're gonna be like, wait a minute, we don't have any legs to stand on anymore. They can't exist anymore. They can't breathe. They can't, and all these lobbyists and so-called lobbyists and pretender lobbyists, they can't act no more. They can't talk no more. They can't speak and say and do and pass and fictitious laws and statutes and codes, and it is going to further put them so far into the sea of forgetfulness.
Yes.
It's going to, then it's over. It's further over for them. And it's like Nate said, the alphabet soups of all the agencies carrying any type of firearms. This lets them know that you don't have the jurisdiction to carry anymore. And when the truth people come and say, "Where's your license?" from the true people, you facing the charges of all the treason, and you can't sit there and say ignorance. I didn't know. I was doing my job. Them days is over too, honey. Them
ignorance
days
of the law is no
long
excuse.
over. And those parts is the facts. Ignorance does not make you exempt from the consequences that are sovereign, that rule and reign. Islam, and Nate would like to say something.
Islam. Islam.
With that being stated, what she stated, I totally affirm what she stated. And also, I've been reading a book. Let me see. It's called Title and Escrow Claims Guide, and that title, Escrow and Claims Guide, it speaks about the liens and the bonding.
Yes.
And it's basically talking about when the owner, their enactment is talking about when the owner comes, can't no lien come behind any bond that you create. So once we create the bonds for whatever resource, say like a sheriff's office or alphabet office or any one of these offices, once you do the bond, now you can start. This is where the well-regulated militia starts to come into play, because now you can regulate it properly and properly give your commands to the subject or other Moors, that now you could come in and start getting a lawful license and permit.
Yes.
And getting vetted properly. But the bond has to be in place, so no other person, because only the owner can actually do the bond. That's what the book is basically stating. Nobody else could do the bond but the owner.
Yep.
Islam.
Yep. Listen, the processes that our ancestors have given us, the ancestors knew all what every book said. They knew what every book said, and they said, okay, do it this way, line upon line, precept upon precept, put the processes in place and put them in order in place. And so here again, lien, levy, bond, proper commercial exchange on the public record. See, once you bond it, you can use whatever money is the lawful local currency for that place. And at Earth, the local currency is Moorish Dollarium. It's gold, it's silver. And then, of course, you're going to want to create your deed and title to the property. And then a removal statement. Now, this is going to go back and get the rest of the fraud and the mess. A removal statement of all presumed alien interest. In other words, what you're stating is nobody, no matter how much fiat they have, has an interest in what you're doing. There's no fiat interest in anything we're doing. That's why they keep saying, Islamic banking doesn't have interest. That means no foreign currency or anything can come and claim, not even a part of whatever it is that you're doing, because we don't use their species, because that's alien species. And then you do a statement of debtor's abandonment. Statement of debtors abandonment just says that those who were previously enacting claiming, they have a lien on them. Therefore, they are debtors in abandonment. You must state their abandonment. They can't even leave until you state their abandonment. And we stated that on the public record. That's why you see a lot of leaving going on. But we must essentially abandon them. State the abandonment for them. We have to do that and state that even while they owed, they left. Because they owed and couldn't pay. So that part of the process, we saw where some Moors in another state did something similar to that, and it worked for a moment, but because they were using fiat, they came back and just got at them. The frauds came back and got at them because of the fiat. But the process, they had the right process. They were able to get conveyances and all of that, and I mean pricey, conveyances and things. However, because they didn't use their own, they should have been using the money that we have. Had they been using the money we have, they could have kept all that stuff. They could have kept it all. So now, again, we're not at war with this whole thing. So we didn't put the word gun or weapon or war on our license. Okay, we didn't put that on there. So we're going to continue to move peacefully, competently, and so on. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to continue to move peacefully and competently, and just continue to state possession, because we see what's happening, and we'll show you even what an abandonment statement looks like. Yeah, that's one more. Islam.
I just tuned into the conversation. I noticed it started a bit earlier today. What you're talking about, but the driving license and this that you have up here.
Yes, this is a concealed pistol license that we restated.
Okay.
Okay. Because we have the right to bear arms, and again, we're issuing these to those who have already previously received enacted training. So if you were ever in the military, if you were a policy enforcer from the last era, if you have anything issued stating that you are firearms qualified, then you are eligible with 13 silver coins to get this from any of us. Okay. So and we're saying 13 silver coins, 13 silver 1 ounce silver coins. And again, Moors can issue them to themselves. They can issue driver's license and things to themselves. Those who are who choose to have, some Moors feel more comfortable with it being issued from other government officials. Okay, that's fine. We'll issue them. The silver for the 13 silver ounces. Is everyone okay with 13 silver coins for a firearms license? And again, we just pulled that because of the 13 tribes, etc. Yeah.
Okay. Driver's license.
Yes.
How do we go about getting one of these? I kind of missed most of that.
You can issue it to yourself, nobility, and in particular, You actually should, Justice Kansu, specifically because you're there at UK territory. You and Empress Nana, she's at UK territory too, isn't she? Okay. Between the two of you, at least one of you should be issuing driver license and things of that nature.
Okay.
And have your driver's license look very similar to the one that they enacted in the last era, from the last era. Put the same information on there, except the information is properly stated.
Islam, should not an affidavit be attached as an addendum with the driver's license?
Where would you put? Where would you? Because you're not going to send your driver's license anywhere.
Okay, you're just going to put it as a public notice, correct?
Yes, as a public notice, yes.
So should we not notify the quote-unquote de facto, the funny mirror? Mm-hmm.
Yes, put it on the public record, yes.
Yeah, that's common sense. The DD 214
must be restated.
Must be restated. 10-4.
Yeah.
Thank you. Islam.
Okay. What was I going to say? Yeah, I got a little. I don't want to say it's a problem, but whilst I was in the hospital, I didn't. Well, before I came out of the hospital, I didn't really have anywhere to live, so I kind of got the place from the socials. I want to know how to get out of that.
Just restate the documents. Just restate them. You can stay there. Just restate the document.
Okay, I got that.
Yeah.
Okay.
See, you're the beneficiary. They just did it
for. Tell the court why you haven't even
from a
gotten
private
to your
perspective
yet.
Okay.
You've commanded so much shit, but the system has obviously rejected you.
One moment.
The system told you to fire.
So, because this is what they did, Justice Kansu, they put you there using a private process. All you're doing is making the process public. And when you make the process public and putting it in the proper jurisdiction, then you govern that process by which you stay there.
Okay.
Now, look, can you see the screen, Justice Kansu?
Yeah.
Okay. This is what we're suggesting. And it's the same thing we've been suggesting. A lien, a levy, a bond. You must bond the place that you're staying. Proper commercial exchange on the public record. Okay. A deed or title. And then remove all alien interest. And that removal statement, we'll show you what that looks like in a little bit.
Okay.
And then a statement of the debtors in abandonment. In other words, while those who put you into that process, when they did that, they did it to assist you, but you must assist them in being able to do that.
Okay.
By a lien on the corporate covering that was over them, because see, they did it because they're subject to you. Okay, they know that already.
Yeah.
And then when you bond them and you bond that process, then it actually properly ensures the process so that they can continue to be in the office of there while they're assisting. See, that's what they were here to do in the first place, is to assist as we go through this transition back to our godness. Okay? We agreed to go into the depths of hell and to come back, and we've done that. Yeah. Last era was that. And so now that we are on our way back to full, and we're already fully our God selves, we just it's the statement of that on the public record, using the systems to do it. So yeah, bonding, lien, levy, and bond, and they will appreciate the bond because they'll actually be able to to go into a proper treasury, and they won't go into it. What they'll do is just let the documents speak to the system, and things will be what they should be, you know, where you're concerned.
Yeah, well, I just got to get the internet back up, and I'm back on that.
Listen, nobility, the moment you stated it, it happened. Now it's just a matter of having it manifest on paper. You've already stated it.
Yep.
The word comes first with God.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's already done, nobility. It's just a matter of stating it in writing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm on that. Why? I'm on it. Yeah.
Justice Kansu, I'm coming to get you. You better relax and rest and get you some, and make sure that you're, you know, that everything is good in terms of getting enough rest and drinking enough water, or I'm coming to get you.
I hear that.
Islam. So, yes, these documentation, all we're doing is opening up our governing capacity by issuing things such as this. Again, for your study, for those who are going to be studying the process of what it looks like for the Mohammedan Moors to be governing where police and law enforcement is concerned, the Convention at Algiers 1906 is a great study tool. The whole thing is a great study tool in law enforcement. And it's from the right perspective in terms of the Moors being the head. As we're doing what we're doing, we mentioned trust and how on the back of this document right here, this by the actors who were previously acting as King County Sheriff, they're stating here that there's no trust between the federal and the state. That's what they're stating here. They're saying that even though they said you could have a gun, if the federal quote unquote says you can't have a gun, then you might be prosecuted in a federal court. And what they're saying is their courts are different from federal courts, and they're not real court. Again, it's all an enactment. So that brought to our attention the word confidence, because see, when we first started doing this work, those subjects in the office of complete fools and court jesters who come and try to break our confidence, that's when they were stating those things about your courts don't work, your stuff doesn't work. They're trying to break the trust that we have between each other, because they already know it's over. So when they come and say those things, this is what they're after. Okay? Confidence. Trust.
Prove it. Get your conveyance. Get your cell phone service. You can't do any of that? Where's your fucking conveyance policy?
See? They don't want you all and all of us to trust each other and trust what's being stated. They don't want that. This is why. See, confidence is attacked so that trust won't be there, because they know when we trust each other, nothing can break that. And everything that we state, because they also know in the biblioteliotext, it says where 2 or 3 witnesses are gathered together and they say the same thing in the right name, they'll have whatsoever they say. So the only reason they keep trying to come in is this reason right here. Reliance, trust in the construction of wills. And when they're talking about wills, they're saying, what do you will? What do you will? What do you will? Living wills. This word is considered peculiarly appropriate to create a trust. We must have confidence in each other. Let me state for the record, that there's not a single Moor at earth that I do not trust. I trust all Moors. The degree of that trust may differ from one Moor to the next, but I trust all Moors. All Moors. All Moors. Because all Moors are a thought of Allah. It says here, it is as applicable to the subject of a trust as nearly a synonym as the English language is capable of. They're telling you there that the English language does not properly convey what our intention is when we use the words trust and confidence. Trust is a confidence which one man places in another, and confidence is a trust. I am confident that this Congress is competent. That's why, listen, the energies have been watching to see if we trust one another. And because we've trusted one another, our driver's license are working, all of the things that we're putting out are working. Justice Darius talked about how he used his driver's license in this meeting to go into a court house that is really actually his court. And he's aware of that. He knows that. And it worked like a charm. He did the court action language, and they couldn't do anything but grant pass, and they're not even granting pass. He granted it to himself. That's just the system doing what the system is supposed to do. Because he trusted in his ability to state the court action language. He trusted that his driver's license would work. And it did. Just like mine did. I trusted that it would work. And it worked. If Rashasha trusted that hers would work, and it worked.
The system has been granted you your conveyance or your cell phone service.
So that means that when we trust one another, and we trust our systems, and we trust our documents, and all that's because it's the law. And that's why they worked so hard they were working so hard to peck away at the confidence and the trust that we have in one another. Now, they already know they can't do nothing with me. They can't do anything with me in terms of trust and confidence in the Moors and in the law. So then they try to use any words or anything to try and see if they can shake the tree and get any other fruit to fall from the tree. Obviously, it's not working, and for that, we're grateful. So now, with regard to our lien process, I have just a couple of questions here, and this is not a court action for you all. It came out to be 3 questions. Have we perfected our liens? Because again, there was an attempt to break our confidence with regard to our liens. Okay? And when there was an attempt to break our confidence where the liens were concerned, we knew then that our liens were correct and they were what they should be. So here, have we perfected our liens? How do we know that our liens are perfected? And what does it take to perfect our liens? Okay, so we want to go back over this for the record to show, so that those who are doing liens, those who are looking at the process, just one moment. Just a moment. Let me just make sure that
Islam, Empress.
Islam.
Well, it's no coincidence that you're mentioning this at the moment, because we've had conversations over here concerning the liens and how to structure them.
Yes.
Because the liens, depending on, like, if you go down the rabbit hole, you start with a little hole, and by the time you keep digging, you be dug a huge gaping black hole, because that's how far you've gone. Because you like, wait a minute, this is going to this, and this only happened because of this person created this corporation, which created this entity, which created this, that, and you're like, oh my goodness. And so it's good to be, concise. Like, for instance, your account for your institutional banking. Like, when you're doing that lien for that, you want to do your sovereign security number. You want to do your sovereign living born appellation that your mom gave you, though some call it straw or nom de guerre or whatever. I choose to say that was my mother given birth name because that's what she did, and actually my dad did. But to the point, like the accounts and like the routing number and the bank and this, that, and the third for that lien. That's important because that's when you put on notice to the institution. But you also got to do the board, acting board, and all of those, the acting CEO, the acting CFO, and all those actors, because you want to remove their interest from that regard. So it's like you got to do layers to a lien for each specific subject, right? It's all like also for a conveyance. Like if you were looking for a particular conveyance, you gotta do the VIN number, which is an account number. If it's at a dealership, you gotta do the dealership. If you got the receipt, like when you did yours, Empress, like you got that that particular document. I can't remember what it's called, but you leaned those numbers on that one document you had gotten. And so that would be that lien for that target. But then you also got to come back around and do all the actors in the dealership. You got to do the dealership EIN number. You got to do and all those different things. And and then after you do that, then you got to do the court action, and you got to do
I'll say this about that. If the ancestors have led you to go into that great detail, then by all means do it. They generally lead us into that much detail as well, depending on the situation, depending on that demonstration and where we're going with that demonstration. So the basic forms of a lien, the basic parts and processes of a lien is what we're going to discuss right now, so that those who maybe just do a basic lien, and maybe they haven't done everybody at the dealership, because I know I've done liens where I just do the one that was previously doing business as CEO, and I didn't feel it necessary to do the service manager and the salespeople and all of them. We just aim for the head of zombies, and then we go from there. The reason we ask these questions, have we perfected our liens? How do we know our liens are perfected, and what does it take to perfect our lien? In reality, it's very simple, but we're going to show you. Black's Law Dictionary.
Rayvana has been smart enough to abandon your stupid ass and your stupid delusions.
We looked in Black's Law Dictionary, and we saw this, CHOATE lien. It is a lien which is perfected so that nothing more need be done to make it enforceable. What does that take to have a lien where nothing more needs to be done to make it enforceable? Of course, this is court action language here. Proper identification of the parties is first. So identity of the liener. Who is it that's putting this lien on? Who is that? That's step one, which is proper identification of the parties. Part two, property subject to the lien. So what is the subject? What's the subject matter? What is the cause for action? And then number 3, the remedy, the amount of the lien being established. That's what it takes for a lien to be perfected. The lien must be definite and not mere ascertainable in the future by taking further steps. So we perfected our liens from day one. They were perfect from day one. From the very first lien class that we taught in 2018 that went viral. I don't even know if that's the right term. No, it's not the right term. But that spread, that information spread that they let us see. The liens were right from day one. They were perfected from day one. Based on, first and foremost, identity of the liener. Because see, if even any lien from, and this is what gets rid of all the debt. Any debt or lien from the last era that was enacted and someone was pretending to be the creditor who wasn't the creditor, that lien is not valid. Mortgage liens are not valid because those who were enacting them are not the creditors. Okay? So it's all good. Just one moment. An admission of being a form. Oh, okay. Just one moment. Just a moment. Okay, there we go. Just un momento. Just a moment. Okay. So where liens are concerned, we've always done them properly and correctly. There was an attempt to break our confidence in the process. So we must always be aware of that in the last era, there were even more who were saying, oh, those liens don't do anything, those liens. We had to keep going. We had to keep going because the ancestors told us that what we were doing was correct. And now we can see again, and we've known this all along, but it's all based on on the identity first and foremost, and then the property or the subject matter, and then the remedy. So liens are court actions by affidavit. Proper identification of the parties, the cause for action or the claim, which is the property subject to law, and then the remedy, the amount of lien or render of the property. Claim. A claim is to state. There it says it right there, to state. To demand as one's own, to assert, but to state, to urge, to insist. In order to state something, you actually have to have an estate in order to properly state anything. Court actions, liens, levies, affidavits all have the exact same format. So everything that we do is done in that exact same format. First, proper identification of the parties. Next, what is the cause for action, or what is the property? What are we talking about here? Proper addressing of the property. And then what is the remedy? The remedy is whatever we state the remedy is by our court action. We don't ask subjects what the remedy is. We state what the remedy is. Okay? And so having looked at this definition of a perfected lien and the properties of a perfected lien, let me ask you, have we perfected the lien process? What do you think, Congress? Have we perfected the lien process? That's the question. Islam.
I would say, apart from for documents, we put in public record. I haven't had no comeback or anything like that. So I would say yes, we have perfected the liens.
Yes. Islam. We affirm. Islam.
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 I affirm we have perfected the lien process.
Yes.
We embody the lien process.
Yes.
Islam, definitely affirm.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, I affirm.
Indeed. Indeed.
Islam, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam, I affirm.
Islam, I affirm.
Islam.
Islam, you already know I affirm.
Islam. Islam.
Islam, I affirm. Justice Cynthia and Bay.
Islam.
Islam, I affirm.
Islam. The reason
Islam,
that
I affirm. The lien is most definitely Islam.
Yes. Islam. The reason that we Islam. Go ahead, Nabila.
Young the Barber, I affirm.
Islam. Thank you, Nabila. Islam.
Barbara Dars Bay, I affirm.
Islam. Thank you, Empress. The reason that we ask and that we place our words on the public record, affirming our liens as valid, is for this very reason right here. And we see those in the chat who are stating that they affirm as well. By our affirmation of the work that we all have done and continue to do, we've created and cemented and solidified trust. By the law. By the law. And then a follow-up dictionary. This is from Black's Law 4th edition. And this just affirms what we've been doing in our court actions. That's why all of our liens were done by court action. Now, let me state also, we want to show, before we show where we stated we did some liens and we saw the result of that right away, but some didn't see the results right away, okay? So we're going to just show one of those results today also, just shortly, and it won't take us that long to do it. As a sidebar, as we've been doing these demonstrations and things, some of us have been tested where what they used to call the belly of the beast is concerned. We turned it into a court because we are court, and court is wherever we go. Yes, Empress Nevaeh. Yes, indeed. Thank you for that in the chat. What is the origin of the term belly of the beast? Does anyone know?
Islam.
Islam, Empress.
Does it have anything to do with Jonah and the whale?
Yes, that is an anthropomorphic illustration from the ancient record.
I was thinking actually more in terms of Daniel and the Lion's Den as another.
That's another one. Yes, both are correct. And this is why we said what we said at the beginning of this Congress. Let me show you where that term, belly of the beast, originated. Commercia belli, war contracts. The belly of the beast, the commercial beast. Contracts between nations at war or their subjects. Agreements entered into by belligerents either in time of peace to take effect in the event of war or during the war itself, by which arrangement is made for non-hostile intercourse. Non-hostile intercourse. And then they list some of the forms that takes. They may take the form of armistices, truces, capitulations, which is something we never do. We do not capitulate. And that's why we did the fiduciary document that we did, stating that no matter what names, what letters, what numbers, what sounds, what signs, what sigils, no matter what is being stated, we govern the statement.
Islam?
Islam.
I'm so glad you shared this because back in, I think, January, February, I did a 3-hour class on belligerents, enemy belligerents, and what they mean.
Yeah.
And this I didn't discuss at all. And so I'm so glad you shared this because the war contracts between nations at war or their subjects.
Yes.
During that time period in the funny mirror, we were their subjects captured, okay, on paper in their war against us because we didn't know our status. We didn't know who we were. And we were the enemy belligerents against our own national status or against our own estates. We were acting as enemy belligerents through our ignorance.
Yeah.
And that's why we had war contracts, which is why when I saw your termination of all contracts, or our, not yours, ours, it's ours.
Yeah.
I just want to correct that. It's ours. Yeah. I recognize how important that was because we were entering into contracts as enemies of our own estates.
Yes.
And warring against ourselves. So that just made perfect sense. You got to terminate them dang contracts when you were asleep and didn't know what you were doing.
Yeah.
So I just had to put that in there because we were the enemy belligerents that's talked about right here.
And the first 5 letters of the word belligerent is belly.
Is belly, yes. Wow, wow. That just brings it all home for me. I mean, it's already home, but it just sets the dinner table just right.
Yeah, indeed.
So I'm glad you shared this, Islam.
Yeah. Islam. Capitulation is the key in terms of the information that the ancestors gave us about the letters. Capitulation. Capital letters. Per capita is the term that they use when they're talking finance of nations. They say, how much is each making per capita? That means they're doing a head count in their enactment. A head count. One other set of terms that I want to share really quickly as we move forward we've been focusing a good deal of our energy on the legal system that we have created. That's why we restated everything, because we were literally originating everything that we do with regard to our legal system. We're not trying to use a dead, faulty, adverse legal system. We're the courts. We're using our own legal system as well as the lawful. And so we've talked about the origination of where the word legal comes from, but let's share just a little bit more light on it based on Black's Law Dictionary. Black's Law Dictionary, right before the word legal, is this term. It's lega or lacta, which are the same root word. Okay, the root word for the words legal and lactate, meaning money. It's what money is made of. Well, we know about the legal system, but do you know about lactation? That's when we're feeding our heirs from our breast. That's money. Yes, Empress Nevaeh. That's exactly what that means. The milk that comes from our breast is money. It's feeding the nation. Mami water. The alloy of money. So when someone says, Moorish sovereign Dollarium is not real money. Oh, yes, it is, because guess who created it? The Moors. It's lega and lacta. The alloy, the makeup. Alloy, and hear me when I say this, the word alloy is the same as Allah, because it is the substance and the essence of abundance and wealth. So let's move forward where perfected processes are concerned. Just really quickly, heirs. With regard to perfected processes, before going to speak with subjects about why things may or may not be happening for you the way that you think they should, check your processes first. First, with your ancient ancestral spirit. That's your first check. Check in your spirit and see what's going on in your spirit. And then with your brothers and sisters. Check each other's processes and be willing to research and possibly accept suggested changes, suggested corrections, suggested review, and suggested reproof on your processes. Do this before going to talk with subjects about why things are working or not working. Because I can assure you that anything that's not working, God has to change something and do something. The subjects only do as commanded, period. They only do as commanded. They don't block a process that's done right. They can't, because it's not their system. So, for example, and we'll just use the post office or banking or anything of that nature. If those processes are not working right for you the way you want them to work, look at your process and then have your process looked at by others in your territories, and that others, any others. We have enough electronics between us where people can go on to different, you can meet on free conference call and go over your processes and things of that nature. Do that first. because I can assure you that when the process is right, no one can block it, no one can stop it. They won't even try. Next, these are just a couple of sidebars that the ancestors said, just make mention of it. Notification to the matriarchs. We can't tell sovereigns what to do, but we sure can make suggestions, and we're going to make those suggestions as often as possible. Matriarchs. There are many matriarchs that work with other Moors in groups, okay? And I've seen this many times, not many times, more times than I care to see it. But listen, please, matriarchs, do not allow any energies to reduce you to be anyone's personal secretary, no matter what group you're in, no matter what your skill set is, because a lot of times we will agree to do things because we have the skill set, not knowing that there are others who have the skill set too. They just won't use it because you've agreed. Matriarchs, you are the head for this nation, and our sons with matriarchal energy, which is all of you. This is a matriarchal nation. Yes, the sons are leaders for themselves, which is why they, our sons, do not need the leaders and the matriarchs of this nation to be their personal secretary. Our sons can type. They're competent to type. They can type for themselves. They can write out their own documents while receiving erudition from the matriarchs at the will of the matriarchs. So the ancestors said, put that out there, and this is not the first time we've mentioned that. We've mentioned this 2 or 3 years back in previous congresses. Do not allow any energies, because that was actually one of the first things that I noticed when I first nationalized back in 2017. Between 2017 and 2018, I began to see where, yes, we know we just came from a patriarchal age. We know that. We honor the patriarchs, okay? But some were still using their persuasion and persuasive abilities to persuade the matriarchs to be the secretary. And some of them wouldn't even type up their own documents. They had matriarchs in the office of secretary, which is backwards. Even though we are all offices. And so the ancestors said, put that out there again, once more. Because the matriarchs are the head, and I will say this, any energies that uplift the matriarch is uplifting themselves as well. Matriarch is honored just for who she attached to her, because that's where everyone came from. So we are not in any way biased, and we don't put our sons down. In fact, this is a statement to uplift all. So with that being stated, question, have you ever seen a corpse abandonment statement? Have you ever seen a statement where a corporation said, we're leaving America? We're leaving America. I was doing some study and some looking at USAA, the bank, quote unquote, and I'm saying that loosely because we know we're United Services Automobile Association first and foremost. But in my Islam nobility, Islam nobility. Okay. in my study, I came across a solvency and financial condition report. I came across several of them on the enacted USAA website. And so something said to go ahead and read it and read through it and just look at it, because we know that the actors are not solvent, they're insolvent. And I knew that even though it was called a solvency and financial condition report, that they had to tell the truth in the report. So if you'll remember, in 2018, we placed a lien on all corporations in the United States Corporation Company, the U.S. We placed a lien on all of that in August 3rd of 2018, and we talk about that in our very first video on Light Tajiri Bay channel. So as we were looking at this abandonment statement, we noticed that the movements that they were making were in alignment with what we were doing. But first, let's look at the abandonment statement. It says here, and this is from that website. This is the website right here. Let me see, did I keep the link? Then I put the link to this website. I don't think I put the link. It's on USAA website. It says here, material changes during the reporting period. The reporting period was from December 2021 to December 2022. It says the valuation basis for USAA SA did change materially since the prior reporting period. Materially, that's an important word because they're talking dimension now. It says on December 31st, 2022, the company USAA Limited ceased operations and its remaining reserves were transferred to USAA SA, which is, I want to say Australia, but don't quote me on that. It's going to say here. It's actually Europe. USAA SA is Europe, and USAA SA UK, which is the UK, quote unquote. It says the following table illustrates the LTD reserve transfer. So what they did was transfer everything from the place they were calling America back to Europe and ceased operations here in their enactment. Let me put it that way. Obviously, they've not ceased obviously, the bank, which is us, has not ceased operations because we've shown you, we just signed on to USAA last week in our Congress so that you could see what was going on there. And so when we were talking about the changes that we're seeing in our account, this is why. They ceased operations December 31st, 2022. What does that mean? That means the actors sunsetted. So what else does this mean? It says here, Part 7, transfer of assets and liabilities from USAA Limited to USAA SA. Now, in our previous Congress, it was stated, I believe Empress Angel stated that she saw where some sunset activity had happened back in 2000 or 2011 at New York Territory. And that is absolutely in alignment with what we're stating about all that we've done. They were acting from the very beginning, okay? The subjects and the corpses and corporations were acting to begin with. But now that we've placed things on the public record, they're saying, okay, we don't have to act anymore, okay? So we can just remove this and let them know we're not acting anymore. It says, following the successful establishment of USAA in November 2018, now that date is important because once we placed the lien in 2018, in August of 2018, the 90-day sunsetting piece started for a whole lot, for everything really. And so in November 2018, there was, because we liened, they started something temporary there in order to have a conveyance method to get off the land. Okay. The subsequent establishment of its UK branch effective the 1st of April, which is April Fool's Day 2022, the ultimate shareholder determined it prudent to rationalize its European operations into one entity, USAA SA. So we know who the ultimate shareholder and stakeholder is. It says, as a result, all the assets and liabilities that derive from business previously performed by USAA Limited has been legally transferred to Europe. That happened November 2018, a couple of months after we placed that lien on the United States Corporation Company, the debtors. They immediately started moving, immediately, based on what we stated. The enactment of setting up USAA SA was enacted 3 months after the government placed the lien on the U.S. on August 3rd, 2018. The abandonment statement was enacted 2 months after we began uploading documents to our bank accounts, giving notification to the subjects in the Office of United States Automobile Association that we know who we are. We, if you all will remember, I believe it was, there it is, November the 6th, 2022, was when we were showing how we were able to upload our fiduciary document to our USAA, to our United Services Automobile Association bank account. We showed that in the Congress. Here's the link, and the link is marked right at that particular point where we began showing that information. So you don't have to watch the whole thing unless you want to watch the whole video. But let me put this link in the chat for you so that you can see that everything that we've stated must be done, Here is the Congress dated 2022 November 6th, where we showed how to upload the documents to our bank accounts. We uploaded a lot of documents. At that time, we uploaded the fiduciary document for the Bureau for Public Credit. The government began en masse. So once we showed that, then Moors en masse began to upload documents to their bank accounts. So we all did this together. And then right at December 2022, everything was changed. The segment starts at hour 1, minute 1, at 11 seconds, where we start showing how to upload documents to the bank accounts that we govern. So everything that we've stated, again, we're now looking at that and saying, wow, they were doing what we were stating the whole time. Now, as I was looking through these banking regulations, there is and I called it a door for Moorish sovereign Dollarium. They call it local currency. The local currency for the United States is Moorish sovereign Dollarium gold receipts, but that's for the whole earth, okay? All bank credits are issued in the same Moorish sovereign Dollarium gold receipt or gold and silver. So what I did was I looked through the banking regulations and I said I'm going to search the word currency in these regulations to see what it says about currency. And as I searched these banking regulations, and I'll put the link to the regulations that I searched. Page 9 says this, and this is where we saw where Moorish Sovereign Dollarium already fits into the banking system. It says the company, which was at the time U.S.A.A or USAA in their enactment, it says the company has been less affected by, they were talking about harsh economic impacts and things of that nature where currencies are weakening and where there was solvency issues. Now, we know they were not solvent, and they knew that also. So what they're saying here, it says the company has been less affected by these economic impacts, such as insolvency and inflation and things of that nature, than many due to the fact that it collects premiums from members in U.S. dollars and pays claims and the majority of expenses in local currency, meaning that the strengthening of the dollar significantly offset the increased claims and expense costs coming through the income statement. So it is by way of the income statement that the exchange in the currency is happening. So they take it in U.S. dollars, and it goes out in the local currency.
Islam.
Whatever that local currency is, Islam.
We watched the video you told us, you suggested we watch with Idris. And my word, it was beautiful to see the demonstration enactment of the people, and I loved it. There was all Moors. Yes. All Moors until the end, where it was the subject who was the custodian of that beautiful building and vault. Yeah. And when Idris asked that question, why the gold? And when the subject stated, well, it's because the government has to have a system where the money is drawn from of real substance.
Yes.
And it really put in some really high definition perspective of what we've been doing and stating and demonstrating. And, you know, I was like, oh my goodness. Yeah. I was like, that part right there, when I saw those gold bars and the millions that they were in and the amount of that, I was like, I'm ready to just run all over this earth and just start giving out the gold sovereign Dollarium, the receipts, because and she said that there were several vaults in that one building, several, and that was the UK.
Yes.
So when you sit here and you say how our bank has gone back to the UK, England, all they're doing is returning home, honey.
Yeah.
They're going home.
The crown.
That part.
And we're the crown too, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Those parts. Yeah. So they have to continue to do as commanded, first and foremost. Okay. And then they are further having to do and use the gold, because that's all they got over there is gold.
Yeah.
It's our gold.
Notice they went to the original indigenous people.
Can't even get you a conveyance. Them dicks.
They went over to in that documentary. They put some emphasis on the original indigenous people over there at Ghana.
Honey. And I was so happy to see how they were taking the mines. Yeah. And like the one where they use the water to generate electricity for the mine, and then it branched off to the people in the community.
Yeah.
I was like, yes. And then when they took the mine in another part of our other Africa, and after the mine was closed, they reseeded the agriculture and put lakes, and they did all of that, the life there again. And I was just like, yes, yes, and yes. And they were doing a phenomenal job at being the custodians in their place to protect and do their duties. as commanded, and they were happy to do it.
Yes.
They were pleased with pleasure to do their duty and responsibilities, as I like to say, that it is for them to do.
Yep.
And when that,
you know what, they weren't belligerent in their energy, were they?
Not at all. They were at peace and calm, and and then, oh my goodness, when they were talking about how the gold is such a presentment for so much, they talked about all the aspects of what gold signifies. It signifies wealth. It's the conduit of energy. It's, used in ceremonies of unification of man and woman. So many different things. And if Moors haven't seen that, it's about an hour and some odd minutes long. It is well worth the engagement to watch and just listen. And Idrisi did an amazing job, being the host of that show, documentary rather. And so it was a beautiful demonstration. They did a good job.
Yes. You know what, and I know why they picked him, aside from his beautiful skin.
Right.
But they picked him for this reason right here, because again, everything is a spell. Make no mistake about it. His last name is Abel backwards.
Mm.
Cain and Abel.
Yeah.
So it was a good. But see, again, the things that we've been stating are mainstream. They're being made mainstream now about gold currency and things of that nature. They're being portrayed as they should be. But remember what we said about the media. We gave the command that the media begin stating things properly. We gave that command about a month and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
That things that have to do with us be presented in the proper light. And that we see that happening.
And then when they found the gold, they didn't find the gold, but the gold was, returned to us from that one shipwreck. And then they was looking at the bullions and what they were stating on that, and for the records that it was, and all of that. And that one man who had the responsibility of, he said, the gold is one thing, but then he's like looking at the artifacts of what was on that boat that was sunk, and he was like in the categories, and he's like, and the Levi jeans, and then he went and talked about how, we talked about the gold rush, and he's like, all the merchants he used that were the merchants that birthed out of that whole gold rush in just Khalifa territory.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth the watch, people.
Yeah. It just gave me a lot, just a little more, I don't know, energy regarding all that we're doing. I had a Moor that came by this week with silver and gold in his possession, and he was, he wanted all of his documentation in terms of the driver license and the Postmaster General thing, because again, like I was saying to him, it's not like we can do this or not do this. We must do it because foreigners cannot do it. Foreigners cannot govern our vast estate. We must do it.
It's our obligation, duty, and our consanguinity. It's in our blood. So and then when they were talking about mining for the gold, that whole part too, my goodness, that's our gold. That's our veins.
Yes.
That's our ancestral veins.
Yes, indeed. Now, one thing I wanted to bring up about this is that we can all have, and this is something that I would like for us to state on the public record, that we will have all of our claims paid in the local currency. Now, I know we've stated that before, but since we've seen it here, we see where banks should have been paying in the local currency, and the local currency is wherever you are, whatever you consider local. For us on our land, it's local. Local as in either gold and silver, Moorish sovereign dollarium, that's it. That's the local currency. And when I say local currency, I'm speaking specifically of Moorish sovereign dollarium in connection and directly connected to bank credit. Bank credit. We know the gold and silver. We know about that. But all of the claims, all of the premiums, and here's the thing, we have the authority to state that because we're the court that's going to be giving out all of that.
Mm-hmm.
We've already issued it to ourselves. Our courts can issue more and or bank credits to pay claims. You know, Moors have claims that need to be, that we will to pay to them so that they receive what they consider their just remedy. And all businesses must honor the local currency. And so as I'm looking at these banking regulations, no matter what banking regulations we looked at, whether it be the Securities and Exchange Commission, whether it be the Federal Reserve, whether it be Treasury regulations, whether it be bank regulations, they all have a place for Moorish sovereign dollarium to be given and credited in the banks and things.
Mm. And Islam, a few more things. I was looking up as I was listening again to our previous congressional meeting, and you were talking about Marriott. Yeah. So something said Google government Marriott, and it came up. And then when you look on their identification and how you access, they have an ID that states national tribal identification. And somewhere, but it says national and tribal in the same, you know, that the definition of what an ID would they will qualify. And then that was the federal, and then they have national, and then they have state for those things that you can use. And I was just going through it, and I was just like, wow.
You know, our driver's licenses can do everything that is necessary. Our driver's licenses are the ones that we issue. Can fit all of that because the system is already ready for that. You know, but see, here's the thing about, this is becoming more clear to me about, for example, our Moorish ID. Moorish ID is superior above all else. Superior. And it is superior events that call for Moorish ID. For example, if we were to contract with other Moors, we're going to pull out our Moorish ID and our driver's license together. So that as we contract with each other, we know what nation is this. So then this way, we can say the Moorish National Republic just signed a contract with the Washita Moors for production of coffee or whatever, or tea. Just, you know, and I'm using that as an example. My Moorish ID is to assert my status in affairs that call for that to be the case. My driver's license is for everything else. It's for, you know, a grocery store or so for example, I created my own checks for my checking account. Now, I'm going to say this, nobody get scared, okay? Because it's really this is just me. My USAA account that I used, that I showed you, that we signed on to, I had to create my own checks for that account because my cards don't work and they're not even expired. But when I removed the corporate covering off and did a bond and sent all of that documentation up to the subjects in the office of USAA, or United Services Automobile Association, it meant that I was going to be creating and using my own instruments to access what's in there. So for the past probably 3 months, I've not had access to the card. Well, I have the card, but it doesn't work. And so I created my own checks. I have my Moorish driver's license. And that's a demonstration that I'm going to be doing for that account, because I can still transfer the credits. I can transfer them back and forth, like I transfer them to my consort or to my heiress or whatever the case may be, and all of that works fine. I can go into I have free access, except I don't have a way to use it from the last era, so I'm creating my own, because I already know that that's what that's about. Is we have to create, we already have a merchant card, we already have, because see, what's happening now is preparation for us when we upload a check for $100,000 or $1 million for a purchase, that it will credit to that account. So now what we're doing is creating instruments that whereby we can use those instruments with that account. The account, let me see, I have a copy, I think, of one of the checks here, or several of the checks. Yeah, I do. And on the check, it says Pauline Denise Ritchie, trustor, fiduciary, attorney in fact, United States Treasury, because that's what the check, that's what the account is called. It's the United States Treasury. And we showed that already. So I had to create my own checks for that and print them out, and I'm getting ready to use them. Islam. So
there's just a question / statement, because I already know that, but for anyone who may have questions out there, because everyone's going to be, listening to this in the recording ethers and so on and so forth. So when it comes to the creation of anything, whether it be on wood, paper, plastic, glass, or metal, it should not matter the medium of the conveyance. To me, it matters the competency for the demonstration, because when you create, let's say if you wanted to create your ID on a piece of wood, should that matter if it's not on plastic, like a typical ID made from an ID maker?
No, it doesn't matter. The point is that you create it and that it doesn't come from fraud. That's the point.
So somebody could literally whittle the piece of wood and make their ID.
Yes, they sure could.
I'm just putting that out there to suggestions and free thinkers.
Can you see this piece of iron right here that I have?
I sure, and that makes some serious tortillas.
Yes, it does. I like the way this is a genuine iron tortilla maker. Okay, it's very heavy, and it's now if I wanted to print with this, I could literally make IDs with this, or imprints rather with this, where you put.
I don't see that on the screen.
It's on the screen.
Okay, just a moment.
We see it.
Yeah, some can see it. Just a moment. Let me just stop the sharing. This is it right here. It's and it literally has a 5-pointed star right there in the middle.
Islam.
Okay. It's super heavy, and what it does is it imprints You know, it'll flatten whatever it is that you put there. I could literally make an emblem and use this to impress it onto, like a wax emblem, and impress it onto something, and let that be an identifier or a seal or a stamp. The point of all of this is that we create it, that it doesn't come from frauds, and the system will acknowledge it, especially when we look at the system and we see what the system calls for, just like with our driver's licenses. We see what the system calls for, and when we match that but we create it, we see that the system is acknowledging, yep, that's good, yep, that's good, yep, that's good. So where IDs are concerned, you don't necessarily want to carry a wooden ID through the airport. You want to make your ID fit the system that we created. You want to make it, and so that would be the point of that, is as we're creating, let's create so that our system so that we can access any parts of the estate that we choose without encumbrance and without hindrance.
Islam. I wanted to ask a question. Hypothetically speaking, say a person doesn't have the resources or the know-how, or, you know, the desire to make an ID. How would they demonstrate their status?
So let me say this about the know-how. Moors can never use "I don't know how to do that" as an excuse. That's number one. Moors can never say "I don't know how." We can never say that, because look at what all we've done in the last 6 or 7 years, and we had no idea that we were all. So not knowing is not, that's why not knowing is not an excuse. The ancestors have said ignorance is no excuse, because they know we can know all when we study to know all. So then the second part of your question was, if they don't have the will to do it, to do an ID, how would they do it? They would do it according to their will, whatever their will is. If they will to state who they are, but they don't will to make an ID, then they're going to state who they are with their words. However, the system may not acknowledge just their word. The system might need something in 3D, a card or something of that nature. It's like the difference between Moors who have every right to just live off the land. Well, they don't need a driver's license to live off the land. They're just going to get up from wherever they're living and go pull off the trees and things of that nature, and they're going to live off the land. They're not going to drive. They're not going to do commerce. They don't need money. They're just going to live off the land. Well, they have every right to do that. But then when they decide that, okay, now I'm ready to go to a grocery store, or I'm ready to sell some things, or I'm ready to start a company, or do that kind of thing, you know, then the systems come into purview. And those systems must be governed by other Moors who recognize the one who didn't want to make the ID, so that you can say to him, okay, I know you don't want to make the ID, but I can direct you to Empress Angel, and she'll help you. She'll get you an ID so that you can access what it is that you're willing to access through this system on your estate. So they can, Moors who don't want to make IDs, they can state out of their mouths, because the word is still the law. However, it's going to make it so that part of the system, they'll not use that part of the system. They'll just use this part of the system, or the estate, rather. And when they're ready to use this part, they can use it. They just have to honor the system. Islam.
A slightly different. Okay. I thought I heard it. I do hear it. Is it just me?
No, somebody has their line open. Wait a minute. Okay, go ahead, Nobility.
Okay, so my question goes back to the fiduciary appointment documents.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
On that document, as I'm reading, and then I was meditating on this because I'm recreating those for other companies. Now, I used the ones initially, but as I read them, I had a pause. The reason why I had a pause is because of the language that's used, which, as I'm looking and thinking about it now, I'm wondering why do we use this particular language? And I was hoping you could kind of open that up for me. Specifically as it relates to the mention of the Federal Reserve in the Emergency Acts, blah, blah, blah. Let me pull that back up. I had it up just a moment ago. I think this is the right one. Come on. Okay, here we go. So there's a statement that says, like in this case, I redid it for the Orange County Sheriffs, right? And it says that, okay, additionally, a determination has been made by the federal government that the Orange County Sheriff's Florida needs additional funds to operate. Therefore, according to the Emergency Banking Act, 1933, Title III, Orange County Sheriff does hereby subscribe to the preferred stock in the state bank or trust company and shall discharge all obligations secured by such stock as collateral. And here it is. The Federal Reserve has issued emergency currency, which shall be referred to as Federal Reserve banknotes, backed by the commercial capacity of any assets of the Orange County Sheriffs. Now, my question is this really still applicable considering, or should it still be used, considering the Federal Reserve has been dissolved out of business? So why are we still having this comment, this statement there? Or, I mean, I know that I'm free to use it or not use it. I'm free to change that and take it out. I know that. I understand that.
No, leave it in.
Okay. My question is, why would I want to leave it in?
Because we are not talking about a funny mirror Federal Reserve. We're talking about the real one. What's the purpose of the Federal Reserve? First of all, who is the Federal Reserve?
We are the Federal Reserve.
Okay.
We're the federal government. We're the state bank. That's what Light's been saying over and over again, repetitiously.
We're not even talking about or to the dead. We're done with them. That thing is, the acting is gone. We're on to real things.
Okay.
And the real is, the purpose of the Federal Reserve was so that those names could be used to get things. Okay. We can go directly to the Treasury and skip the names, but we've already done that by printing up Dollarium. And so the Federal Reserve bank notes are Dollarium. It has to be something we print up. That's what it has to be, solvent, because we mentioned solvency there.
All right. I think I have a disconnect where we claim that the Federal Reserve notes are now sovereign Dollarium. I don't recall seeing that in the documentation that I've read through. So I must have missed that at some point in time, or one particular class.
Yeah.
I
would say, Noble Phoenix, I honor your study.
Yeah.
So when we stated that all legal tender, that Moorish sovereign Dollarium is not only lawful money, but it's also legal tender. Anything that has to do with the Federal Reserve, it must be bonded using legal tender, which is Dollarium. So bonds are issued from the Treasury, but they are sold to the Federal Reserve. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the Federal Reserve issues to the banks in the name of the creditor. So we're not, again, all of that is happening through us, not through any frauds, any deads, any foreigners. It's not happening through them. That's us doing that. Okay? And then we use Moorish Sovereign Dollarium. So that was our way of stating that the sheriff's department, which is us, still, we're the head of that. According to the convention at Algeciras, we're head of that. If the sheriff's department says that there is an eviction that's happening, then whoever it is can give Dollarium, and Dollarium has to be accepted. Gold receipts has to be accepted. And the sheriff must honor that.
And
who's the sheriff?
Yeah.
And then what we do is remove any fraudulent interest. That's what we talked about at the beginning of this, is the removal of interest statement. Remove the fraudulent interest of any fraud that might say that, you know, well, they still owe us $4,000 for this particular, you know, for rent.
Yes.
No, you have no interest in this because no one's dealing in what you're dealing in. That's like somebody bringing poop to the party when everybody else is trading in money, in real money. And somebody else comes with their poop going, well, you still owe me 3 pieces of poop. No, we're not dealing in poop. We're dealing in money. So, Noble Phoenix, I'm hoping that assisted. We're not talking to or about the dead. Because remember, even with what we just read, anything that had to do with them, they've abandoned. Mm-hmm. All fakes have abandoned. And see, they did that in 2018, but really in 1933, but really in 1836, but really in 1776. But really, they never existed, really.
No, that's sufficiently answered. I mean, that I just needed to get some highlights on that. Because like I said, I missed something there, and that's what am I missing here? You know.
I think you're partially still looking in the funny mirror about the Federal Reserve. That's
well,
what
I was, because, you know, I have disdain for that whole genre, okay, that whole era, and I did not want to be polluting anything, and I don't want a misunderstanding in my own mind about what I'm doing and why I'm doing it and what I'm stating and allowing to be said when I put my autograph to anything. You follow me?
May I offer just a little bit, just a little bit of suggestion? When you, Noble Phoenix, move completely beyond that little tinge of anger that we hear in your voice towards them, you'll be able to see that clearer. The funny mirror will disappear. Every now and then you exhibit a little, like, you know, like you're still a little angry about what happened. Not angry, but just annoyed.
Angry.
Annoyed. Yeah, that's too strong a word. I'll say just annoyed, but we can still hear it in your energy. And we all have that depending on where we are on the timeline. But when you clear the rest of that last little bit out, the funny mirror will disappear and everything will make sense.
Well, I mean, most of it is like clear as crystal, okay? Most of it really is. And then every so often something comes up and I'm looking at it, wait a minute, why is, you know, and why?
Always remember, we're never talking about them. We're always talking about us.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thanks for taking the time. Islam.
Islam. In the banking regulations and in all the regulations, there is a place where payouts of claims and payouts of any kind and expenses are done in the local currency. That's in alignment with the bonding that we're doing. That's in alignment with the bonding. Okay? Our local currency is Moorish Sovereign Dollarium gold receipts. Now, on page 26 of this same USAA enactment, we saw where they're saying something about currency risk rates. it states the solution to market risk for all financial systems, location, location, location. That was what I said. But on page 26, I quote, it says, this is achieved, in other words, getting rid of all risk is achieved by setting the currency allocation of its investment portfolio to match the currency allocation of its liabilities. In other words, have the credits be in the same place as the debits or whatever it is you're buying or doing trade or exchange with. They use the word allocation because they're talking about jurisdiction. The location, is it located in the U.S. dead, no longer existent, defunct, bankrupt, only existed on paper place, or does it reside or have its life, or does it originate on the land? Allocation is everything. Allocation is, and which is location, is everything. And what they're saying is all risk is minimized or done away with, rather, when the location is right, when everything is located in the same place. In other words, for example, there's a question in the chat that says, how do you get the lower court to accept our Moorish sovereign Dollarium for cases? Well, you got to know who, that there's an allocation issue there in the question. In the question, it seems as though the courts are in one jurisdiction and the money is in another. So you must allocate them together. The currency and the cause for action must be in the same jurisdiction. And when it is, the Moorish sovereign Dollarium is automatically accepted because it's the local currency. But if you think that court is a real court without you being the judge, then the location is off. It's off.
May I make an analogy?
And it has to be corrected, Empress, in the chat. Yes, Islam.
So the analogy is having a computer, a wireless computer, having a wireless printer, and having the router. Mm-hmm. You can't print something from your wireless computer if you have not connected the printer and the computer to the same wireless internet. You can't print. It will not function and it will not work. All three must be connected, the trifecta, that part. So it's the same thing with jurisdiction. If you sit there and say you want to give Dollarium, which is the only currency that's really the medium for exchange, to the inferior venue, they must be on the same connection on the ether net, and then that's by lien, levy, bond, and all that jazz, and notification properly, and letting them know that you're subject, and then by virtue you have to, do as commanded, and then everything is in alignment. And then the printing commences, as it were.
Yes.
Until then, you're just typing on your computer, and there's no connection.
Yeah.
Islam.
Yes. Thank you, Empress. Thank you. That's brilliant. That is exactly.
It is brilliant. Yeah, that was I'm going to take that same analysis and answer the question. I think it's Sister Camellia about the court. The lower court. What we did in our round table circle, what we did was, after we created our consular court and all the court actions and the liens and everything else that goes along with that process, we also created our, for example, Florida, it could be Mississippi, whatever territory you're in. Sixth Circuit Court, we created the fiduciary resignation. We resign those particular de facto, quote-unquote, so-called judges. Of course, they didn't respond. We put that on the public record as well. So then we created our own sixth judicial circuit, county, blah, 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 court, and the seal.
Yes.
And then we sent from our consular court to that court, from that court to their lower court, and they obeyed.
Of course.
That's the short version.
Of course they did.
You could do it just like that. It worked for many. I had to hand deliver from that Sixth Circuit Court I created to that building. And when I walked in there, they was like, "Oh my God, this is from the Chief Circuit Court," and they were just like at attention.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can do it that way, or you can figure out a different way to do it. Just want to share that real quick, if that's helpful.
Yes.
Islam.
Indeed. Listen, they were always the fake. They just waited for the real to show up. And when the real shows up competently and peacefully, they're out of the way. They're out of the way. Period.
Islam, if I may, real quick, I'm preparing to do some traveling.
Islam.
Mm-hmm. And leaning up various airlines. I know they've been leaned, but I have to lean them as well.
Yes.
And bond them up.
Yes.
So in our circle, we are studying also the GSA.
Yes.
That's kind of where we are.
That's how our travel happens, by the way.
Yes. So we also looked, and you pulled that up a few days ago, right on the screen, but we were looking at it, like, look at this. The very thing you pulled up on GSA is the very thing we had pulled up prior to that.
Yeah.
So we know that our spirits are in alignment.
Yeah.
Islam.
Islam.
So if there's any input, anyone in the group, including Sister Light, Empress Light, want to, just make a suggestion that could complete this process, please.
Islam.
I
would like to make a suggestion because I also studied the GSA website and I found a number of really interesting things that they have on there. They actually provide the contract numbers for certain things like satellites and communication and government communications. Like one thing I was looking at, it was talking about Verizon because we did Verizon, but then they had another Verizon just for government Verizon, which entails military technology, augmented reality, virtual reality pieces where you could do virtual reality training. They had helicopters, drones, that you could actually get government contracts, and they provide the contract number for the purpose of what we're doing here, which is restating the contract number and bonding it. Because once you bond it, like I stated before, no one can come behind you because you're the owner of all the resource anyway. It is all yours.
Yeah.
So also, because we're here in New York territory, they have Manhattan telecommunications, which deals with phone lines and getting personal government phones that have the highest grade of security where nobody can actually hack you. Where they have around the clock subjects that make sure the security is updated every hour on the hour. Even to helicopters, to travel, to like everything is on the GSA. You just have to really go through the site itself and look for it. Because what I piggyback off of what you put up, like something told me to click the directory. From there, the directory takes me into other contracts and other resources like SATCOM. Now SATCOM is basically talking about the components of the satellite, like your own private satellite where you can run your own secure communications with your government, your courts. You can have private communication with your courts with no interruptions. Just like you was talking about this site right here. You can actually, this is already in the GSA. You could contract it and it can make it more secure where these the noise would never interrupt you anymore. It does it itself. It has an IT group that makes sure that doesn't happen. No one could just chime in without the security code. You know, like it's a lot, but it's long.
So let me just say this about that. Everything that's in GSA has already been done. It's our responsibility to properly restate all of that. The lines and all of that stuff already exists. It's already done. All we have to do is properly state it. That's it. That's like saying, let's say, for example, and I'll just use this as an example. We don't have to repave the roads on our land. We don't have to do that. They're already paved. What we do have to do, though, is properly state a driver's license so we can use the roads without being taxed on them. Because, see, whenever someone pulls someone over, they're essentially taxing them. It is our right because we're not taxed. Our divinity code states that we're not taxed because of who we are. So where travel is concerned, because that was the original question, Justice Howard asked about travel and any suggestions. We actually just so happen to have some suggestions written up because we want to plan from March 17th through March 23rd a United States Congress Week here at Federal Way, Washington Territory. And for those who need this clarification, we'll go ahead and put it up there. It's United States for America. That's where we are, okay? Which is a creation at ancient Morocco. Okay? So this is what we want to do. Plan transportation to the venue, which is here, to a hotel here for that week, flight or motor coach. So you want to plan how you're going to get here. And then as you plan how to get here, whether it be by flight, motor coach, conveyance, etc., this is the process. Lien, levy, bond. Just a moment. Let me put this up here. I'm going to put it real small. Okay, we'll just leave it like that. Where transportation is concerned to the venue, do a lien, a levy, and a bond, and then a proper commercial exchange on a public record using Moorish sovereign Dollarium or gold and silver for your flight or your wherever you're going. And here's the thing about the gold and silver. I would not hesitate, because I've already done it, I would not hesitate to put a silver coin in an envelope, mail it with the affidavit and things, and mail it to the airline, but using the right airline address where we don't put the zip code and we spell out the state and send it to the airline for payment for that travel. And state where to send the ticket and have it so that you have the right addresses for everything. I would not hesitate to do that. In fact, that is one of the methods that we use to get our gold to the Treasury, and it works. So plan transportation to the venue. Whatever conveyance method you're going to use, lien, levy, bond, do a public exchange where you pay for that, and really what you're doing is prepaying, because everything is prepaid that we do. Send a copy of the lien, the levy, and the bond, okay, with your payment. If you want to do title or deed to their main office building, wherever you're sending it to, do a title for that place because it's on the land. And then a statement, a removal statement of all presumed alien interest, meaning it's a statement that says there is no outside interest in this exchange, to include foreign debt notes. Okay? Then you want to do a statement of debtors in abandonment, which is, these could be one and the same, where you state that those using debt have abandoned all claims, all presumed claims, and all contracts have been terminated. Therefore, this exchange is both lawful and legal. Okay? Now, that's for the transportation to the venue. Next, and we stated here, pay with the local currency, which is gold, silver, Moorish sovereign dollarium, and affirm in writing with what we just stated. Then what you want to do is plan your hotel stay, and then do the same thing. Lien, levy, bond the hotel, proper commercial exchange on the public record. And when you do that, you send the payment to the corporate office or the headquarters office, and then you send proof that you paid.
And exactly what excuses are you going to give when this shit don't work?
Just one moment.
What excuses are you going to give?
Thank you. And so, again, remember what we said about confidence and trust. Trust the process. Trust the process. Trust each other. Trust our money systems. Trust. Because that's what those little voices are doing. They try to mess with the confidence because they know they want to break the trust, but it's not going to work ever. So, again, whenever you start talking about paying in gold and silver and Moorish sovereign dollarium, them little voices start coming in trying to break the trust and the confidence, but it ain't going to work.
Islam.
Removal statement, Islam nobility.
I just want to ask a question because I want to have surety in the things that I do, which also gives me the confidence to do what we do out here in demonstrations. When we're speaking, after we done these processes right here, which letterhead are we using? Are we using our corporate conveyance letterhead, or will we be using the regular federal government, Moorish federal government letterhead?
Both.
We use both.
Because you don't send corporate anything without an affidavit on Moorish government letterhead going with it, mooring it to the land.
Okay. Now, there's another thing too, because here I sent I know they always try to give instructions. So I sent something to our office here at the Attorney General office, and they actually communicated back, acknowledging the Moroccan consulate, and they sent a case number or whatever the case may be. They sent a case number. Now we know to restate it, and the only thing I think we haven't did was give them order. But like sometimes it creates, the programming kicks in because I'm not used to actually responding to my office properly. But now listening to what you're stating and seeing is giving me that confidence again to restate it properly.
Yes.
But I know I gave them the order the first time, but they make it seem like I didn't give the order.
because whatever order it is that you gave, you actually could have done it yourself.
Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
Yep, you can do it yourself. If it's a number that you want to assign to a case, you can do it yourself and notify them that this is the case number for this case, for the record. And when you say for the record, on the record, and letting the record show, that means you recorded it first, which is the only thing that makes it real and legal and valid. Then they receive it, and the system will acknowledge whatever the system needs to acknowledge.
But also, they also hinted this, right, in the letter that they sent. They said that they have all the receipts and bills and whatever the case may be, and they stated to sign the back of those things? Can you give some explanation on that?
So I would restate them and then sign my restatement.
Okay.
Because if they accept their bills and you restate the bills and the bills look a lot like it except they have color to them,
Yes.
then they should accept yours.
Okay.
Because see, the difference being their bills are a debt. Your bills are a credit to you.
Mm.
That's the difference. That's why we restate bills, everything. Because see, they're presenting you with an international bill of exchange, but they're not saying that.
Yeah, that's how it's presented. They're presenting it like you just stated, like that, but they're not saying it direct. They're not coming out and saying it. It's like they're hinting that we have your information. You just need to restate it, basically.
Yeah.
Proper.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's long.
Worth the time we take to do it because it's our estate. And we're not going to give anyone, we're not going to give anyone any, any jurisdiction there. So, again, plan your hotel stay and do the same thing. A lien, a levy, a bond, proper commercial exchange on the public record, Article 3, a title or deed or patent, or you can just use the bond as insurance for your travel. And then removal statement of all presumed alien interest and a statement of debtors in abandonment. And then third, Justice Howard, affirm monthly or weekly or whatever, affirm with each properly stated business until the event. So you want to affirm that all is received. So state in writing that your writings are affirmation of said travel, and then send it.
Islam. Also, too, we did a reservation just to see the reservation, the structure of it in the system.
Great. That's great.
We're also restating that reservation.
Yes.
And we were considering using that GSA number.
Yes. Yes.
Attaching with the AA 22141.
Yes.
To attach that as we restated. Just thinking to ourselves. Islam.
I'm going to add that to this. Get a reservation number by phone or email and restate that.
And said room or rooms.
Yes. Yes.
That's available.
Yes.
For the heirs.
Yes.
Islam.
And then make sure you send payment for it in advance in either gold or silver or Moorish sovereign Dollarium. I would be interested to see what doing that with a silver coin would do, because they can't say no. Well, but the bond makes it so that Moorish sovereign Dollarium is applicable as well.
I'm going to choose the Dollarium.
Yeah.
The coin, I don't trust the postal people at this point.
You don't? You don't trust your own office?
Not until I go in and physically actually notify them and go in and
no, it's your process. There's something wrong with your process.
Yeah, it might. We've tried, me, Earl, and others, we've tried different relabeling. And our stuff is going. I
saw the one. Justice Earl sent a copy of what you all were doing, and it's the process. The process needs to be simplified. You all, as typical Moors, we do so much because we're used to doing a whole bunch of stuff.
Yes.
But this process, the mailing process, where you all are concerned, should be simplified. It should be simplified. You all are doing, yeah.
Yeah, we might, yeah.
Well,
yes.
Because there were stamps on the outside, the seals. You're using universal stamps on something that's going domestic. That is a domestic post office. So, and then there's some confusion on the subjects and how to address the subjects when you're sending things whether you're sending it to the subjects or whether you're sending it to corpses that you are removing from their fictitious acting. Those two look different. And you all are still using the one where it looks like you're speaking to a corpse instead of to the subjects.
Okay. Well,
yeah. So but again, we've all done that. We've all done that. We've all been there. So we just have to correct it and move forward with it. Your mailings will go through very easily and very smoothly when it's done that way.
So in the most simplest way, you're suggesting we take the government seals off. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, Yes, the Moorish National Republic federal government seal should not be on the outside of a domestic mailing. Because that's kind of like apostilling across borders, and then they'll start looking at it as if it's foreign, because it's not off. It's domestic. You've got part domestic things because the stamp says it's okay if it's mailed in the United States. That's what the stamp says.
That is what it says, correct.
But then you got universal.
We got international.
Yes, you got stuff looking like it's coming from the United Nations on there, and it's confusing the subjects because they're like, part domestic and part universul.
I never looked at it from that standpoint.
Yes, I mean it's almost like it's
coming from the Supreme Sultans.
Yes, and they're thinking
all that.
Is the Sultan gonna show up? And
right,
it's confusing for them.
Yeah.
We have to simplify. Yeah, we have to simplify them because see, Moors have been known to use a shotgun for an ant. Because we have so much authority and power, we have to know how to when to use that and when to just keep it simple and use.
Yeah, I'm laughing because that's my term. I simplify everything, and I'll simplify that. Thank you so much.
Yes,
that was the gold needle in the haystack that I need to find.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, indeed.
So I'll pass it on to everybody. Sasha's there. I don't know if Earl's on the call or not, but we'll simplify it.
Islam,
Islam.
Thank you. I said thank you for that as well.
Islam. Who's that speaking? Nobility?
Empress Gloria Bay. I would like to say something about that registered mail. With what we're doing, I checked with the post office, and that's like guaranteeing something. He says like $6,500. We just sit on the corner. We don't need to do that. Just certified mail should be sufficient. What do you think? Islam.
We just use our mailing process, and here's the thing: even our certified mailing process, because of the type of a deposit it is, it's actually insured up to $100 million.
Even better.
Because those gold clauses are in each one of our affidavits. The gold clause is attached to everything we do. So we send things certified mail all the time, except we use our government mailing process at all times. We never use fiat.
Never. We also, not to interrupt the system, I'm just adding.
Mm-hmm.
We put the bond number, the postal bond number on it too. The 410760000.
Y'all gonna have people thinking they going to jail and just for handling the letter.
Yeah.
We can just
we put a full dress on her.
Yeah, you did.
We dressed up very well. You don't touch this.
You dress for the wedding day when it's just going out to the mailbox.
Okay. That was Earl, my brother, by the way. So he's just thanking.
Yeah, Islam, indeed.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Islam.
I'm interested in using Dollarium. My family and I just got our status, and we're very excited. How do we begin to use Dollarium, and how can you assist us?
So we can, just one moment. Let me answer that a little bit more succinctly here. Just a moment. I think I did the thing. Let's see. Okay. What? Let me go to the government Gmail, and I'll forward the Dollarium to you so that you can look at them, do the study, print them out. It's saying you don't have enough. I'm out of room on here. Let me see if I can forward the Dollarium to you.
Thank you.
Just one moment. If you want, you can put your email in the chat. Inbox it to me if you want to do that.
Thank you. I will.
Okay. And it looks like I may have to send the Dollarium from the other email. We get so many emails. Okay. Let's see.
Islam Empress.
Yes, Islam.
Is the Dollarium that is going out at the moment, is that the proper stated with the serial numbers on it?
It doesn't have serial numbers on it because you'll be assigning your own serial numbers based on your banking, on your bank.
All right.
Yeah. It has, each bank is going to be different. Each bank's serial numbers, whatever your serial number is for your bank, because you all are New York territory.
Does it have the space on there though for that?
Yeah, it does. All Dollarium will have space on there for it. If yours doesn't, then make space on it so that you can put it on there. But all of it does. All Dollarium does. There's really no. Yeah, all of it has space for that. For legal tender, go receipt number, and the series A12023 Dollarium. Just a moment. Let me. Okay. Just a moment. Okay, I am getting the emails from the chat. For Dollarium. Islam. Okay. We'll get that sent to you. In fact, Empress Angel.
Islam.
Do you have, can you forward Dollarium? Okay. Do you have all of the Dollarium in one email that you can forward to them if I inbox their email addresses to you?
Let's see. I gotta look. It's on a I had it in a zip file.
that you could send email to or forward them?
Actually, I think I can just forward the emails that I've sent out already.
Yeah. If you sent them out to others already, you can just. So I'm gonna.
But it's the original Dollarium.
Right. Well, that's fine. That's fine. That's what I'm sending out. The original Dollarium.
Okay. Let's see. Email.
So that they can start sending them out with their affidavits and their statements. I'm going to inbox the ones that were inboxed to me. To you, Empress Angel, because my email is just, all three of my emails are full. But I am going to get to them. Yes.
Yes, I have it right here. Got it.
Okay. I'm inboxing the email addresses that are being inboxed to me. So you all will get the Dollarium from Empress Angel. And Empress Angel, just, thank you for that.
My pleasure.
Just a moment. Let me get the rest of these. And you could technically just combine them all into one email if you want to do it that way, Empress. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think it's 9 email addresses that I received. Thank you, Justice Kale. Islam, and we're glad that you're here. Another brother from Trinidad and Tobago territory. We're so honored that you're here with us. We are one indeed.
Islam, if I may, I had a dream, because I've been to Trinidad and Tobago some years ago, but I just recently had a dream about their water. My goodness. Their water is the most superb, superior water I've ever had, and I have a palate for water. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Islam.
Their water is exceptional.
Islam. Justice Howard, did this give you any further suggestion on what to do regarding travel?
That looks like it's a wrap. Once we restate the reservation and said rooms,
yes.
I'm going to use the Dollarium.
Islam.
Just kind of retracing our steps.
Islam.
Is what we were doing at the table. And so we can be in alignment. So the patent and the deed and the title was not part of our steps. That's what we
just the title to the building. Just the title to the building. Okay. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that's for insurance purposes while you're in there. That's for insurance purposes while you're in there.
Yes. So okay. The title part we missed for the Marriott, for example, or the airline, said airline.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
The removal statement of all presumed alien interests, that's new to me. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that and the statement of debtors in abandonment, those two right there are the finishing touches on the lien process from start to finish. The transportation department, and I'll say transportation ministry, those two were two forms or formats that we saw in their process that made it so that no one could come back and reclaim anything in terms of saying we're still owed $5 on that building, or $10 on your hotel stay, or we have a 5% state tax on your hotel stay that we didn't get. So it removes their interest.
Yes. Okay. So
we'll talk
in other words,
about that. It's just one statement, and 6 and 7 can go together. It's just one page document.
Okay. We can in other words, create a transportation ministry.
We are the United States Travel and Transportation Ministry. That's who's issuing the driver's licenses, and so that does come under all of our authority, which is all of us. Yes. So you don't have to create that. It's already created.
It's already created. Okay.
We already voted on it, and it's all done.
So we can, in other words, in a short way, we can create an actual email stating that email. I'm just doing a short version, if you would, since it's already created. This is coming from our transportation ministry, blah, 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 email.
It's coming from the United States, and they know what that means, United States.
Okay. Okay.
Islam.
Beautiful.
Can we see, again, as a reminder, what that travel ministry looks like? Is there a specific logo that we use so that we can be in uniformity?
Yes. All we've done is restated the seal for the United States. So you can restate the seal for the United States. What does that look like? Let's pull that up. Let's see. I really should. Let's see. The seal for the United States. Here's all 9 seals actually, so let's pull that up.
Is it on that?
Just a moment. It's coming up in just a moment.
I was going to say, because I don't remember it being on that one with the 9 seals. Could be wrong, but
there has to be a United States seal on here with the 9 seals. There has to be. Yeah, there is. There is. So I'm going to copy and paste this onto the paper so we can see it better. Well, it's for the court. See, all of our rulings come from the United States Supreme Court. So it's the first one. It's the first seal. The seal of the Supreme Court for the United States. That's the one. And then we put the Treasury seal on there because that's where the payment is coming from. The Federal Deposit Insurance Company, the currency controller. So whenever we're doing things like that, and then President for the United States seal as well. And all of these are restated properly. So the United States, as we're doing the things that we're doing, it's just becoming so clear to me about what we're doing. It was clear before, but because I worked in quote unquote government previously on both the employee and the management side, and the contracting side as well, it's becoming very clear to me why we do what we do, and the fact that no one will ever tell us no when we're competent to do it. Whenever we traveled, we never used fiat. We didn't pull out fiat per se, and even if we did, we were reimbursed. But then there was a travel card. Okay, our merchant cards, and we're going to show you a United States General Services card. We're going to issue those, a General Services card with an account number for the United States Treasury that can be used at a hotel. We're going to introduce that sometime soon. I better write that down because it's coming to me even as I'm speaking. United States, because that's really what our merchant card is for. United States General Services payment card. And it's really a prepaid card. Thank you, Islam Empress.
A few things. The emails have been sent, and to back to the analogy I had given about the computer, the wireless computer, the wireless internet, and the wireless printer. To go about the demonstrations that we're going to be doing, all systems must be connected by notification that first you, the living people, have done the bond for your sovereign security number, and you have notified them that you are the treasurer, right? And so that you can then be the one banking and doing the transactions and the what's the other word where you allocate and or what's the other word where the government does the thank you. Then you knew what I was talking about. The appropriations, that part. The appropriations for the Treasury, by the Treasury, and that part. And when you create your instruments, you have to put the proper numbers on there for the Treasury that you are, doing this transaction with, because that's the bank. We are the first bank, the people, and then the Treasury is the second bank. So when you create your documentation instruments, it has to reflect that. And I was doing paperwork today, and the Schedule A for domiciles and such, and Schedule A is a trust document. And it's also an instrument, it's a redeemable instrument for essentially all property. So when I was stating the document, one moment, I put in the document at the bottom, it says, "This land is and shall forever be public land, allonged moored to ancestral estate, for the ancient foremothers and forefathers of Canaanites and Moabites." Forever.
What are you reading, Empress?
Oh, my restated Schedule A that I had created pertaining to the restated deeds. But I'm reading this because I allonged it to the Treasury just by my words of affirmation, stating that this living out allodial land title is allonged to the Treasury.
Okay. They will know that by who created it, but that's a good way to do it too. That's a good way to do it.
By expressing on paper. Yes. So, but I was just stating that as far as our demonstrations that we are to, express. The song "Express Yourself," and how you express yourself is the part of the demonstration that you want to express and leave no ambiguity to what you're stating, because that those things that you state as far as the allonging to the bonds that you've stated, and the enlarging to the Treasury, and also to yourself, because you are the bank as well, and you're the Treasury. All systems have to be lined up, as it were.
And to that note, in affirmation of what Empress Angel just stated, if you, in conclusion of this Congress, if you look at what's on the screen, when you send your Dollarium for your stay at the hotels and things, please state that the system recognizes our payment vouchers, which is More Sovereign Dollarium. More Sovereign Dollarium Gold Receipts is payment vouchers, it's cash, it's currency, it's money, it's vouchers, it's checks, it's bills of exchange, it's instruments, it's whatever, it's all of those, okay? It's however we choose to use them. State that the system recognizes our payment vouchers as cash and that they should be rang in as cash. And then the home office will ensure, the home office for whatever hotel, whether it be Hilton, wherever, or whatever hotel, will ensure proper credit. Okay? So more Sovereign Dollarium should be rang in as cash. And Moors, please don't pull out a cannon for a roach. Don't send them $1 trillion bill. Send them the exact amount of Dollarium for your stay. Please. And if there's any change, like if your stay is $575.20, send them $576 and tell them that the rest goes to charity or to the hotel or whatever, or a tip. And a tip should be more than that. In fact, I would send an additional, however much, 15% of the bill for a tip in Dollarium. And then because you've done a lien, a levy, and a bond, and sent that to the corporate office, which is the home office, they will ensure proper credit. But the system will do that too when they ring it in as cash for the stay. And they can ring it in before you check in or after, or while you're checking out. Either one. For us, we feel better because we prepay for everything. You know, we can prepay. It's fine. Are there any questions? Yes, indeed.
In light of this, Sister Light,
yes,
would you suggest we also send a copy of the bond?
Yes.
The package.
Oh, yes.
That makes sense to me.
Islam, and along with that question, Brother Noble Howard, the amount of the bond should be specific to the amount of the stay and plus the gratuity, correct?
No. The amount of the bond is because the bonds include insurance and everything. The amount of the bond, I would make it an even 100 million, and here's why. We're not expecting any floods or fires or anything like that. But when we come, everything and everyone must be insured up to that amount. So that will include payment for the room and everything, but then you'll pay the room itself in Dollarium. You'll pay for your stay in Dollarium. But then the bond is for the value of the building and all of that.
That makes sense. That makes sense because the bond is going to cover every stay.
Everything. Yes, everyone. Because they can't bond themselves. We have to do it.
It's Islam. So when we all come together as one, it's like the extreme energy. They're gonna desire us to come. It's like, oh, come stay with us because you give so much extra resources.
Yeah.
You give so much good energy. you know, all of that good stuff. And so, yeah. And that could also be question for let's say for like incidentals and or if you desire for room service or what have you, that could also be included as well.
Yes.
In Islam, sister, in the package that we created, we type that in there, all the incidentals, everything.
Yes.
Everything that you need, whether it be coffee, tea maker, you want a printer, all those specifics is what you should put in there.
You can put that in there. It's kind of like one of those statements where you say all agents, principals, heirs, assigns, and any derivatives thereof. That's going to include any property or anything of that nature. So you can do a blanket property statement.
And also the GSA states that as well.
Yes.
If I recall.
Yes. We can use the language from the GSA document.
Yes. Islam.
Yes.
Islam. And is checks also part of this demonstration as well?
Checks?
Yes, like our
Dollarium. Yeah, or you can create a check. Here's the thing about checks being created. It is going to be better from our perspective, from what we can see, that it be gold, silver, or Moorish sovereign dollarium. And the Moorish sovereign dollarium can be used as a check if you choose to do that. But it's going to be important because Moorish sovereign dollarium is what we put on the public record as the local currency. Okay.
So like checks would be more for like banking and such.
It's going to be more for banking. Like these checks that I created, there are units, credits in the account right now that I can use with this. However, at some point, I'm going to take a check and I'm going to write a check to myself and deposit it into that account for a certain amount.
Okay.
You know, based on the bond and all of that, so that we can continue, you know, so that we can do more things as well. So we're just going to be, Empress, we're just going to be, you know, if you're led to demonstrate what you're talking about with regard to a check, please by all means demonstrate it.
Okay.
Anything that you all are led to demonstrate, do so. You don't need permission from anybody, but you all know that. If it's one thing this Congress knows is they don't need permission from anybody.
Islam.
Islam.
I have a question. It's just a thought that I've been thinking about. But like when we're making an exchange for property or domiciles, is a check? Can we use a check as well for the exchange, for the lawful exchange for domiciles?
So I'm going to suggest that Moorish sovereign dollarium or gold or silver be used. That just for the first time out, just from going out right now. Why am I saying that? Because we know that the system is connected there. The trust is there. The trust is connected. It's all there. Where checks are concerned, again, I've not done a check demonstration yet with regard to the movement of the credits back and forth. I've done check demonstrations, but this will be the first time where the system and this check are supposed to talk to each other.
Okay.
So in the United States Treasury, and first let me before I show that, let me show this really quickly. It says here, Genesis 22:18, and through your descendants all the nations of the earth will be blessed, all because you have obeyed me. All nations on earth will find themselves blessed through your descendants because you obeyed me. And that's from our ancestors to us, to our ascendants as well. Everyone knows that when we come around, everybody's going to eat, everybody's going to drink, and everybody's going to be married. It's going to be great. Everyone's going to have everything that they will to have, and so on and so forth.
I'm in agreement that the checks really should wait until we finish fully demonstrating all that we need to do with the Dollarium.
Yes.
Okay. So, see, that's going to cause confusion. You're trying to put a check in there, but you sent all this other documentation talking about gold and silver and this and that. We don't want confusion. And on the part of the subject, we're not confused.
Yeah.
They may end up getting confused. So, just for clarity, I'm gonna say I concur that the check part should wait for now in this particular type of transaction that the brother talked about.
Well, and again, you know, if someone is ready to do that demonstration, by all means do it. Okay. We are going to be putting emphasis, even especially for the new Moors coming in, on gold, silver, and Moorish sovereign Dollarium. Why? Because we've already demonstrated that it's already on the public record that we're receiving gold and silver for Moorish sovereign Dollarium gold receipts. So everything is already out there. About that. Okay. Islam.
The reason for that question, because when I was doing the demonstration for one of the dealerships, the dealership itself accepts checks. So that's the only reason for that questioning.
Yeah.
If we was using checks for lawful exchanges.
But here's the thing.
They really don't have a choice in what they accept. I can tell you, if you drug 10,000 pennies up there and it was the price of the car, they'd accept that too.
Yeah. But isn't the confusion that I'm talking about? It seems that when they get a check, they're trying to run it through the old system of ACH through the Federal Reserve, etc. And therein is going to be an obstacle, okay, because they're looking for the old system to respond the way it's traditionally responded in most cases, okay? And therein is where I think confusion may enter into the equation and slow you down in what you're trying to accomplish. Versus when they get something new that you've stated on the record and placed on the record, you've done all the demonstration that we just outlined, and now you're sending them the new currency that's backed by gold. This is our Dollarium, or however you choose to express that, the sovereign credit, etc. Boom, you're good. Because they're not trying to put it through the old funny mirror.
They're taking it in as cash with Dollarium. They're taking it in as cash.
Yes. Islam. And the reason why, another reason why I stated, mentioned the checks, and I know we're going to use sovereign Dollarium, gold, and silver. We did two demonstrations. One demonstration with the dealership with the check, and another demonstration with one of the banks, Citibank, and the subject in the office of the Citibank stated that, you know, when we take over the bank, we could do as we please with it. So and he also lets a couple of things out, because we kind of look for what they're not saying, like we're testing the system. So we're looking for the things that they're not saying when we do demonstration. So this subject in the office of Citibank, when we brung in the check, and we had Dollarium too at the same time, but we try to see what we can do with the check. And he also stated that, you know, when they cash the check in the system, they want to transfer do an exchange into, you know, Federal Reserve notes, like how they was doing in the old system. But we was telling him that no, this would not be exchanged as this would be exchanged as, you know, gold back currency. So he was just you know, saying what he had seen, and, you know, their usual, they would call somebody in the back office to see if the check was good, and we're telling him we are the back office. Like, you know, this is us just testing the system.
You should.
To see what they saying and see what they're not saying, to see how we can actually use a sovereign check to actually make transactions and when we're doing business out and on our land.
Now, let me tell you how that's going to happen further really quickly, and we've already stated it, but we'll just go back over it really quickly. where banking and banks are concerned and the actual like building. Once we use this process right here and we state the removal of all presumed alien interests and a statement of debtor's abandonment, and then we do the deed and title for the banking building, did you know that we can make, we can block off a courtroom at any courthouse? We can block off a courtroom and not block off, like not unlawfully block off. But what I'm saying is we can reserve a courtroom and start doing our banking from that courtroom.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and we know that because that's another demonstration we thought of doing in the future as well, is actually going to our venue and actually, because they have empty rooms. Like when you go to these buildings, they're empty. There's nobody. They only using one room. Yeah. Right. And then all the other rooms is empty because they usually have like an itinerary of things that's happening for the day. And when you go on these floors and you look, there's nobody doing anything. Everything is by video conference. Yeah. So I definitely understand what you're stating right there.
So it may behoove us to plan on starting to do that, to demonstrate that, where we what you do is the way that is done is you notify the custodian of the building in writing, and the custodian of all courtrooms is the subject in the office of head magistrate. And you tell them what day and what time you're going to be using a courtroom, a specific courtroom. So you pick the courtroom that you're going to use, and preferably we use our science on things like that. If it's a number 3 or number 9 or a courtroom with, number 22 or something like that, we use our math on that, or number 1. You notify the custodian that is the day and time that you're blocking off. And blocking is not the right word. Reserving that courtroom.
We're squaring that day or room.
Yes, that is the day and time that we're going to be at that courtroom doing court action. Okay, and then go there and do court actions and use Moorish sovereign Dollarium and gold and silver. See. What I did yesterday, I should have. If I had known the Moor was coming with gold and silver yesterday, I would have blocked off a room up there. But I didn't know he was coming. He came, unannounced, which to me is still fine, because we're here. This is our job. That's what we do. But and plus we didn't, we had a significant contribution to our treasury, so we could have blocked off a room and done the exchanges there, and then sent out mailings with that court. See, we're going to be doing things like that anyway, in response to the fact that we've been sending mailings out with the proper address. So, like, for example, at the post office, when we send things directly to the post office and we don't put a zip code, that means we're talking to our own selves in our own office there at the post office, because we're talking about the post office that's on the land. So we'll get more into that. Let's just keep doing what we're doing, keep demonstrating, keep putting things forward. Justice Harold, do you want to say a little bit about that? You said for deposit only is what I've used. You can say for deposit only. That's whatever works for you. What we're doing is just placing a little information on the public record about the best ways to state that. So again, anytime you're using Dollarium, they want to know, how do we use this? How do we accept this? You say you ring it up as cash. So even with the programs that we put out there, you can use Dollarium to pay for food and all of that other stuff, and but you let them know you're coming, and you let them know that Dollarium is rung up as cash in their register and that they're to check with their home office about how to use it. And we are going to have to do that anyway, more with everything that's at our territories. The ancestors have stated, in conclusion, the ancestors have stated that we are going to be bonding everything and everyone around us. Lien, levy, bond, everything around us. So what does that look like? Let's say you are in your neighborhood and you're doing government business from your domicile, your consulate, because this is the consulate. We do all of our business from here, our court business, our banking business, we do everything from here. What we're going to do now is to start bonding all of the things around us. All the domiciles, everything around us has to be bonded. Everything has to be liened, levied, and bonded, because the quote-unquote city of Federal Way can't do it. They didn't even bond themselves. We bonded them, the subjects in the office of Federal Way. So that's going to be part of what we do. We have a stack of bonds right now that's on their way to the Treasury and to those that have been bonded. And because we can send things out freely, we need to bond Office Depot as well, and all of that. So Empress Camilla said, do you have access to the video for the lien, levy, and bond process? We did a couple of those, but we'll keep doing them. I don't remember exactly which one, Empress Camilla. It may assist you in where memory and recall is concerned, to just go through the videos and just spot through them and see if you can locate it. It wasn't that long ago. It's only been in the last 2 or 3 months that we did lien, levy, and bond process by video. And so we're going to be lien, levy, and bonding each domicile around by address, because remember what we did, y'all. We put the notice for occupancy at the post office, so all addresses have to be bonded by us. All domiciles, all addresses. And then we're going to send out for everybody to they got to have driver licenses. So yes, it's a lot of work to claim the land, but those are some things that the ancestors have put in our spirits to do, is begin lien, levy, and bonding each address around us. We can do it. I know an Empress who did something like 30 domiciles. She liened all 30 of them. And when you lien all 30 of them and you levy, then you bond. When you're bonding the land address. And when you bond the land address, whoever is there, if there be anyone there, they're on the land. So they got to have a driver license. They got to have a birth certificate for the land. They got to have all of that. And those are things where gold and silver come in at. Same way that it's always been. That is why they were saving gold and silver, because if it's one thing you'll notice about quote-unquote preppers and subjects from other places, they always kept a stash of gold and silver with them, knowing that this day would come, that they would need it to get their driver's license. We're bonding everything moving. Just like we liened everything moving. Remember, Moors, we liened everything moving. Liens were just flying all over the place. They still are. And now we're following that up with levying and bonding. And now that we know that our liens are perfected, they've been perfected, they were perfected from day one, all we had to do was have confidence in the processes. Okay, all we had to do was just listen to one another, talk to one another about the processes, and then keep moving. We know our liens were perfected. They identified the liener. The property subject to the lien was properly identified, and the amount of the lien were all established. Okay? Islam.
I would like to share a link with the Congress here of what I stated earlier.
Okay, can you hold your link for a moment? Someone in the chat is asking for the link. This is the second or third time this has been asked for. The link to the lien, levy, and bond process. Does anyone know specifically which video that was? I want to make sure they get that. Also, this is the USAA, United States Treasury bank account that we have, that I signed into. We're the fiduciary for the Treasury. And as you can see, what we showed you earlier, those that were previously pretending to be USAA are not even here anymore. They ceased operations. So we've done all that is necessary in terms of naming everything what it should be and so on and so forth. Okay. We still have some more things that we're going to be doing with this. But let's take a look. I'll just go to YouTube to the channel and see which video that is. Just a moment.
Islam, Empress.
Islam.
Just a note on the bank statement you just showed.
Mm-hmm.
It shows that it's not in the system. So in checks that you write, it has a different process. It's not in the system. So any check you write, they have to honor it.
Yes. Yes. Indeed.
Right?
Yes, indeed. Yes. Empress, I think it's this one right here. This is the video. I'm almost positive. Yeah, this is it. So let me put this link in the chat. I do remember doing it. I did this while we were on our August break, where we just showed the lien, the levy, and the bond process. So for those who wanted that process, who put that in the chat, please pick up the link. Oops, wait a minute. I sent it to Empress Angel. Someone else just put a link in the chat. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Justice Kyle, what is that you put in the chat? Oh, it's a link to yeah, I think it's a link to the same video. Yeah, it's the link to the same video. So that is the link in the chat to the video with the lien, the levy, and the bond process. Okay. For those who want that process, want to know what that process is. And again, our liens have always been accurate and where that comes from. Are there no, Justice Nathan, I think you were going to put something in the chat. What was it that you were going to put in the chat?
Yes, it's the GSA link.
Mm-hmm.
The technology, vehicles, purchasing programs, telecommunications, and network service, infrastructure solutions, industry partners. That's what the link is.
Islam, indeed. Beautiful.
It leads me to one question I wanted to ask. So, say you don't have access to logging into your banking account.
Mm-hmm.
Just like how would you show, would I have to send documentation to reopen the banking account so I can log in with new login information, just like how we would sign up for an account?
I would restate the sign up process.
Okay.
Yep, I would just restate the sign up process.
Means you don't have any electronic or electronic credits.
Yeah, I would just restate the process.
Islam only have one. It's a statement, but yes, it's a question.
Mm-hmm.
On the government process, lien, levy, bond, I think
Mm-hmm.
it's 5 or 6. It mentions the patent, the title. When we say title, we talking about allodial title?
Yes.
Okay, for clarity. Pax after muchas gracias. Thank you.
Allodial title, and then a tax assessor deed, which is just go to the county website there for wherever they're located and restate the information that you see there and just put deed at the top and restate the logo for the county. Mm-hmm. and make a copy of that. Because see, when you do that part, that's also going to put that deed in trust, which is automatically going to put the land in trust, which is automatically going to tie the Dollarium that you're using to the land.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
All we're doing is creating an impenetrable circle financially, mm-hmm. so that there can be no infringement. Let me put it that way.
No penetration.
No penetration at all, because see, it is called intercourse.
Yes, it is.
And we don't want to be intercoursing with fraud and dead, and we're not necromancing and all of that. Islam.
Absolutely not.
You know.
Islam. Yes. Yes.
So that's why and it may seem like a lot of paper, but it's worth it. It's really not a lot of paper in comparison.
It's not. The quick claim deed, it's not a lot. Once you do it, it's easy, like riding a bike.
Yeah. Once you do it and you publish it, it's done.
It's done.
Yeah.
So thank you for that clarity.
You're welcome, and thank you for your demonstrations.
And thank you for answering so professionally everyone's question. I know all my questions have been answered.
Islam. Thank you, Nobility.
Well, thank you.
I'm working to be better at that.
I got to say, you're doing pretty good.
Thank you, Nobility.
You're doing very well.
To all law be
right.
To all law be the glory.
Yes.
So the Allah within us, indeed.
Within all of us, yes. Absolutely.
Yes, indeed.
So I only had 3 hours of sleep, so I'm going to I'm going to become horizontal here in a minute.
I like that. He's going to become horizontal. He's going to manifest as horizontal.
Yes.
Is there any other questions, comments, wisdom? Thank you so much for being here. You know, we put in a lot of hours. Yeah, in that 40-hour work week. So, you know, we put in a lot of hours there, and was it worth it? But now, Empress Cynthia, if we may please, we yield the floor.
Islam.
Islam.
I realize I'm not quite sure what a proper commercial exchange is.
A proper commercial exchange is the same thing as if you would pay for anything using cash.
Okay. All right.
So you could take a photo of the Dollarium that you're using, take a photo of it.
Okay.
And then also issue a receipt.
Okay.
Stating paid in full.
Okay. Oh, okay. Cool. All right.
Yep.
Islam.
Okay. All right.
Islam, Empress.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
You still don't have your conveyance, and you still got kicked out of your post office.
Go ahead.
To do the correction of the name,
mm-hmm.
Do I go to perimeter court or do I go to I can't think.
That's a beautiful question. The answer is neither.
Oh, okay.
So now let us tell you, because it must go through a court. It must go through a court.
Okay.
But the court that it's going to go through is you.
Oh.
So what we do when we're doing court action, everything that we do, can you see the screen, Empress?
Yes.
Okay. This is our government letterhead right here on the screen.
Okay.
And then what we do is we put this court action language at the top of everything that we send out because we're the court.
Okay.
Okay? So it says they're all rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity in accordance to the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this Holy Congress. And you wherever you see Pauline Denise Ritchie, you put your sovereign-born appellation there.
Okay.
And then whatever you say after that is coming from the court. And what you do is those two places that you thought were courts, where you were saying, should you go to this one or that one, all you do is mail them a copy of it. You don't send them any fiat. You just mail them a copy for the record.
Do I put it on Moorish letterhead?
Yes, 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 yes. So make sure that your documents have this at the top. And let me make it a little smaller in case you want to screenshot it and put it up there.
Okay, just a minute. Okay.
And we put everything that we don't even speak unless our courts speak first.
Okay.
Okay. And then when we send things out, we just make sure that at least one of the documents is on Moorish government letterhead with this court action language at the top.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You are the court. Okay.
Okay.
And then any place that you thought was a court, just notify them in writing. Just send it in the mail. They'll know what it means.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I have a package coming to you soon. You might already have it.
Is this Empress Nevaeh?
No, this is Barbara.
No, I have not received any package just as of
Your
yet.
family and the system have rejected you. No conveyance.
We should do it this week because we mailed it last week.
Okay, Islam, indeed. Yeah. And what territory are you at, Empress Barbara? Are you at? What territory are you at?
Georgia.
Oh, okay, beautiful. I will look for it. Thank you.
Georgia.
Islam,
Islam,
Empress.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you, Empress. Yes, indeed. Islam, did someone else have a question or comment?
Yes, Empress. I wanted to find out the green stamp that we use for our header on our Moorish letterhead. Where can we get that from?
Are you referring to this one right here?
Yes, ma'am.
So any Moors can use this one because this is a judicial district stamp too, but this is actually the restated Washington flag. But that's original indigenous George Washington on it. So whatever the flag is for the state that you're at, restate it and put that at the top of your, in this same spot on your letterhead.
All right.
So, Islam.
In the meantime, would it be possible to just get the top half of that as a template document, like as a blank letterhead? And and I can change the flag out because I like the way this flows.
Yes.
And the script, I don't have that font, not script, the font. I don't have access to that particular font.
Yes.
But I would like, for consistency purposes, and uniformity, again, to be able to use that. And then, of course, I'm going to change for, the flag out. And it's not going to say Washington or have the land of flowers or Florida. So I get that. But I would love to have the rest of the font as a blank letterhead template.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just ask, does anyone have that they can send with it looking just like what I have here that they can send to Noble Phoenix right now in email?
It is long. Yeah.
Can you forward that?
I believe I have his.
You have my email.
Oh, yeah, there we are. Yeah. I had mine muted because we're two computers next to each other, and that's so I sent you an email, right? No Phoenix before?
Yes, you have.
Okay.
And the reason we do it this way, Noble Phoenix, is because it's so much quicker to get it to you, so you can go ahead and do what you got to
do. As we all do.
Yeah, Islam.
Well, Empress Angel, can you send that to me as well? Empress Nabi at Juris.
Oh yes, I got an email from you as well.
Great.
And Empress Camilla is wanting it as well.
Okay. Yes, let me see if I have her email.
Empress Camilla, you asked about, do you have any advice or suggestion concerning evictions? It is the very same as what we stated for everything else. A lien, a levy, a bond, a proper commercial exchange on the public record where evictions are concerned. See, where you live is on the land. It's not in a corpse or corporate situation or setting. So if you don't have the fiat notes to pay, then you must demonstrate your status. You see, sometimes people get confused about evictions and things where Moors are concerned, and they don't realize that Moors we must activate our own, for each one of us, we must activate our own financial liberty and freedom and system and law. So you must demonstrate if you don't have the fiat. But here's the thing, even if we do have the fiat, we still have to demonstrate. Because we're not really paying anything with fiat, I don't use fiat, but listen, I have to demonstrate regardless, period. So where evictions are concerned, here is the strategy right here. Do you have deed and title printed up? The title is a allodial title. The deed is going to be from your tax assessor office, where you've restated the tax assessor logos and things, and you've created the deed in your own sovereign name, the name that you govern. Okay? And then a removal of all presumed alien interest. So anything that has to do with fiat, you're removing their interest from the property, because the property is properly titled and deeded, and a proper exchange in Moorish sovereign dollarium or gold or silver has taken place on the public record. You've created a bond to protect it, because see, again, once you bond something, no one can come back and try and reclaim and do this and that and the third with that stuff. Okay? And then a statement that the debtors they owe the United States, and they have abandoned while owing, which means they're not there. So anyone claiming your domicile is actually a debtor in abandonment. And the only reason they were still sending things is because we were not sending things, but now we are. So, Empress Camilla, these right here, let me just say this. If you're not familiar with those two, removal statement of all presumed alien interest and statement of debtors in abandonment, if you don't know what that means, then sit in your study area, take a deep breath, clear your energy, and say, ancestors, show me what that means. And watch, they're going to show you. They'll just say, Google alien interest or Google debtors in abandonment, and all kinds of information, forms and forms to restate and definitions and things will come up, so that you will know in your spirit that it's very simple on how to do that. It's simple. We can simplify. Islam. Are there any other questions, comments, wisdom, etc.?
Islam. Just for the record, I sent the email. I had created some time ago a letterhead Word document that I refer to every time I create a document, because it's just easier to have a template letterhead. So I just copy and paste and then drag it. And I don't have the green flag, but I do have the New York one. But I can send just an email of the green one, and I will do that. But for the time being, I sent my it has quite a bit of good stuff in there. That
They were wanting just the
green flag. Okay,
well,
yeah.
It doesn't have to have the green flag, but it's as long as it has.
Yeah. All that is there. Yeah. Everything is there.
Yeah.
Everything. Yeah.
Thank you, Empress.
Yeah, like I said, it has the all rise and stand paragraph, and it actually has two versions, in different fonts that you can, and it has everything is there. It even has a footer in there, because the footer is important.
I received it. Thank you so very much. And
beautiful. Thank you.
What I was interested in was the flags up above.
Gratitude.
In color, I have it in black and white with the, handshake, but I wanted the one in color, and also the font with the ancient lettering that's at the very top. I love that, and that's really what brought and drew my attention in. So that's the main part I want. Everything else I already have. So, but thank you so very much. Thank you.
Oh, you have it. It's in there, right? It's in there.
I got it. That's what I was just saying. I received it. Thank you.
Okay, very well. Very well. It's yeah.
Thank you, Empress Angel. You are just an angel. But you're God at the same time. How does that work? Islam.
Yes.
So I believe that is all we have at this time. It's not a belief. It's a knowing that at this time we will adjourn until Sunday at 6 p.m. Thank you all for being here. We got this. It's a wrap already. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Islam.
Peace and grand rising.
Islam. Peace and grand rising.
Peace and love, Lord. Much success.
Islam.
Peace and love.
Thank you, everyone.
That was the greatest.
Who is ringing the bell? That's what I want to know. Who's ringing the bell? I want to know who's ringing the bell.
Empress Cynthia. Thank you.
I love it.
Cool.
You love it.
My pleasure. My pleasure. Islam.
Indeed. Indeed. Islam. Indeed. Indeed. Islam.
Islam.
Islam.